So good morning, everyone. I'd like to warmly welcome all the participants to this launch event of the European Startup Village Forum. Although the event is taking place online as well, I'm very, very happy to have three participants in the same room with me here in Brussels. It's quite unusual to actually all be in the same room these days. We've got Dubravka Šuica, the Vice President of the European Commission for Demography and Democracy. We've got Maria Gabriel, the European Commissioner for Innovation, Research, Culture, Education and Youth. And we've got Ulrike Landegren, Chair of the Commission for Natural Resources of the European Committee of the Regions. And then we also have a video from Commissioner Wojciechowski, who couldn't be with us, but we'll see his video in a second. And we've got Mr. Simon Zak, the State Secretary for the Ministry of Economic Development and Technology of the Republic of Slovenia, who will be joining us online as well in this welcome session, which really underlines our shared commitment to working across the institutions and the policy portfolios to support important themes which we're going to discuss today and give a really strong political impulse to. The European Union's rural areas form part of our identity, part of our European way of life, yet they also suffer from some quite deep social and economic changes, globalization, climate change, urbanization, and of course the COVID-19 pandemic has had a very unbalanced impact on European territories and has added further uncertainty to this vulnerability. So we have to create new opportunities for rural areas with concrete actions to help them to recover and to build their own future. And with these actions in mind, in June of this year, the Commission adopted a long-term vision for the EU's rural areas. It identifies avenues for action towards stronger, connected, resilient and prosperous rural areas and communities up to 2040. And the Startup Village Forum is part of the envisaged set of actions. It's a building stone in the flagship on research and innovation for rural communities. And what we start today will, we hope, become an annual rendezvous starting from next year in close coordination with the European Rural Pact. So we have a vision for the forum to become an open space where institutions and stakeholders can meet and can discuss and can shape actions for startup-driven innovation in rural areas. It'll become a reference to understand and analyze which factors can effectively trigger development and dynamic rural innovation ecosystems. Now, this launch event is focused on three objectives. First, we want to raise political traction. Second, we want to facilitate a reflection on the challenges and potential for rural startups. And thirdly, we want to stimulate actors and places to volunteer, to pave the way for actions and development over the coming years. So let's now move to the formal opening of this launch event with our distinguished guests. First, I'd like to welcome Vice President Šuica. And a question for you, Vice President. We have this theme of stronger, connected, resilient and prosperous. These are the four pillars of the long-term vision for rural areas. They're challenges and they're also opportunities because they range from aging through to smart villages, mobility, connectivity. And you're working particularly intensively on tackling the demographic challenge, which is now in its implementation phase. How do you see the long-term vision concretely transforming vulnerabilities into opportunities?
Thank you, Stephen, and good morning to everybody. This is really a good question, and you are right to say that we are intensively working on tackling the demographic challenge. It is quite a statement that I'm first European Vice President in charge of democracy and demography, and it was recognized by President von der Leyen how important these challenges are, and we cannot achieve our political objectives, notably green and digital transition, without considering demographic factors that underpins our societies. So democracy and demography are complementary and cross-cutting, but perhaps that is a discussion I would like to have with you another time on connection with between these two. So today I will focus on the importance that the Commission attaches to supporting rural areas, because this is one of the areas where the demographic transition is most visible. Rural areas are home to around 140 million people, representing 30% of European territory geographically, and over 80% of the 30% of European population and 80% of European territory. So rural areas face demographic challenges that impact their socio-economic growth, their quality of life, and their ability to build an attractive future. Today's launch of the Startup Village Forum is a new beginning for rural areas. It is part of European Commission's efforts to deliver the long-term vision for rural areas, and our policies need to be effective on the ground in the smaller towns, in villages and rural areas. In my stakeholder meetings and citizens' dialogues, I regularly hear about a number of issues facing rural areas. You mentioned aging and depopulation. They are mentioned. The rural population is significantly older than the urban population. Young people are leaving rural areas as career and life opportunities seem available elsewhere. More young women leave rural regions than young men, and consequently, the rural working age population is shrinking. If you look at these demographic features combined with the lack of essential services for health and education and the low level of digitalization, which is nowadays very important, we see how the trend of brain drain is happening, because the best and the brightest are the ones who are mostly likely to leave. The long-term vision was developed using a participatory approach. As you know, we wanted to deliver policy not only for rural areas, but with rural areas. This is why I'm proud of the actions that we now take with the launch of Startup Village Forum. This is coupled with another initiative. The European Commission is setting a rural observatory. Its role is to help to understand better how rural areas are evolving. This will inform and therefore improve our policy making. There is no doubt that rural areas can benefit from innovation and technological advancement. A number of initiatives, such as the Rural Revitalization Platform, will contribute to the regeneration of rural areas. It will support rural innovation and help them to fulfill their potential. Rural areas benefit possibilities to reconcile working and living conditions. Now more than ever, and certainly as we have seen during this pandemic, it is clear that rural communities have the potential to attract the new digital nomads. In fact, to become the vibrant and dynamic places as aspired in this vision, rural areas must attract innovators, entrepreneurs, skilled workers, and also their families. So demographic change, in particular aging, can be the spark for creating new developments. We must grasp economic opportunities and transformational character of the silver economy too. I'm thinking here about innovative technologies, products and services, including in the health sector, that is capable of generating. The silver economy is expected to grow to 5.7 trillion euros in 2025. If ranked among sovereign nations, the European silver economy would be the third largest economy in the world after the United States and China. So the silver economy is becoming very important, and it will continue to grow. But to attract the innovators and entrepreneurs, rural areas must also be equipped with adequate services such as childcare, transport hubs, and services for the elderly people. They must be well connected to the urban areas that they surround. And given that connectivity and Wi-Fi connections are a vital and infrastructure as water these days, rural areas must have robust internet connections too. So we have already taken action at European level to strengthen the knowledge and networking to connect rural innovators. We now focus on those rural businesses that may not be well covered. This is why we are launching this yearly forum of startup villages. We have seen the achievements of villages who have taken a similar approach. We are keen to learn from them. This is also happening on the ground. The European Union has been working on the concept of smart villages for a long time, and the European Parliament also has just launched a European Forum of Smart Villages, which is complementary to the initiative we are launching here today. So the Startup Village Forum should focus on concrete outcomes for rural businesses. This will be a way for us to listen to rural startups so we can analyze their needs and conditions that must be met for these startups to innovate and thrive. We must understand how we can support them as they grow and contribute to the new kind of rural development that we are calling for. We must improve our tools to measure rural innovation and show that rural areas can be innovative once the proper conditions are in place. This forum should work in close cooperation with the other initiatives and flagships under the European Union Rural Action Plan and other European networks. And to conclude, dear ladies and gentlemen, stronger, you said at the beginning, stronger, connected, resilient, prosperous. This is the vision we have set out for the European rural areas, and this is the vision we are starting to live today with the launch of this forum, all of us together with European startups. We are limited only by our imagination. So I look forward to us all collaborating in making a success of this Startup Village Forum. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Vice President, for those great insights into how this Startup Village Forum initiative can help us to map out and to stimulate new beginnings for rural areas. Thank you very much for your intervention. Now we turn to Commissioner Gabrielle. Commissioner, innovation is part of your portfolio. And of course, innovation can represent a general enabler for growth and jobs. It can help us to pursue both the digital transition and the green transition. And we know that, however, this often happens more in the big cities and the urban areas in well-established innovation ecosystems. So how can we help rural areas be part of the game? And how can favorable conditions for the location and development of startups really play a role? And how in particular can the Startup Village Forum contribute to this endeavor? Commissioner.
Thank you very much, Stephen, for your question. Dear Dubravka, dear Janos, dear Minister, dear friends of rural areas. First of all, for me, it's a great pleasure to be together with all of you today for this Startup Village Forum launch event. Allow me to start by thanking your team, Stephen, for the leadership that you have demonstrated and for your capacity to bring together 4 European institutions as well as regions and mayors of villages across Europe in a record time. This is a joint endeavor for all of us, and the fact that we are all here demonstrated. So I'm personally convinced that the Startup Village initiative is essential to ensure that rural areas are part of this new game where innovation is the key element for growth and jobs. And beyond the support from the European Commission, first, I'm well aware that we cannot do this alone. If we want to be really effective in building up and reinforcing innovation ecosystems in rural areas, we need to do it together. Because successful startup ecosystems are embedded in networks of founders and partners such investors, accelerators, universities, companies, public administrations. Therefore, we need the support of all stakeholders here with us in this important launch event of the Startup Village Forum. And I would like to invite public and private organizations, from corporates to startups and foundations, to pledge your support to the Startup Village initiative. We have opened a section in the website of this forum where you can indicate the support you can provide. Your pledges can be financial, but also in kind, such as provision of co-working places, and we know that that's something very important that we need in rural areas, IT infrastructures or know-how, such as coaching and training. And I see this call for pledges as a main channel to gather commitment from public and especially from private organizations for startup villages. They will be important to build a real long-term vision for rural areas anchored in our territories. And the long-term vision for rural areas makes a plea to turn vulnerabilities into opportunities, which can be spurred by innovation. But really, how can innovation trigger a better future for rural areas? Let me focus on 3 main elements. First, the nature and sources of innovation are changing. Innovation is increasingly coming from sources other than research, be it from social entrepreneurs, end users, citizens, or youth. Connecting all actors wherever they are, including from rural areas, matters more now than ever before. Second, we need to strike the right balance between the attractiveness of a rural quality of life and the connectivity to innovation hubs anywhere in Europe. Across Europe, we have examples such as the Center of Competence at the Technical University of Gabrovo in Bulgaria, my country. And it shows how investment in innovation infrastructure in smaller towns have the potential to create attractive jobs for younger people and retain talent locally. We need really to address this issue. And to support the connections of rural areas to other innovation hubs, we have developed new initiatives in Horizon Europe. And I'm thinking here about our European Innovation Ecosystem Program, where we would like to see how, together with all the different actors in the ecosystem, we can build something together, we can shape solutions together. And in addition to that, we have the European Institute of Innovation and Technology with the knowledge and innovation communities. Because with the European Institute of Innovation and Technology, we have a clear example of innovation ecosystems stimulating entrepreneurship at the local level. We know that they are operating through 50 local co-location centers. There is 60 smaller innovation hubs. They support local initiatives, and for me, it's really important to give them visibility, to provide more information, how to connect to those hubs, to those centers, and to see how with sometime one single initiative, we can provide a new development for an entire region. And when I'm talking about European Institute of Innovation and Technology, immediately I would like to talk after about the European Innovation Council, because you know that's our ambition, to support deep tech startups through a venture capital style funding, the first ever in the European Union history. And we know that the majority of deep tech startups are located outside the big cities. They need physical infrastructures that are more available in rural areas. And that's something new. And we need to seize the momentum. We need to use this opportunity, because in deep tech companies, Europe is a leader, especially in some crucial domain like energy or agriculture. And for rural areas, these topics are important too. So I think that we should definitely use these instruments like European Innovation Council, European Institute of Innovation and Technology, by seeing how with our participants today we can build ecosystem, we can connect the different local ecosystems, and how we can support companies that will create jobs, that will strengthen and help the development of entire regions. The third and last element needed to build startup villages I wanted to mention is related to people. Innovation needs talented, educated, and inspirational young minds. And here we have concrete examples, the European Universities Alliances. This initiative, for example, brings together young talents with researchers and businesses, and this also in rural areas, by setting up knowledge co-creation teams. We have examples like RAN EU European University. It is coordinated by the Instituto Politécnico de Leiria in Portugal, with partners from all over Europe, and they are committed to societal transformation in rural regions, bringing new solutions in 3 strategic areas: future industry, bioeconomy, and social innovation. And of course, I mentioned this as an example, but we have to think about the new Erasmus Plus program, because even until now, we have supported so far around 2,500 projects in rural areas. And we need to continue. We need to support the youth exchange, different initiatives, to see how our young people can acquire the right skills to run a business, or how the different companies can find the right local talents in order to provide more perspective for the region in question. So, dear entrepreneurs, mayors, and everyone attending today, my plea today is simple. Let us start creating our common future together. Let us synchronize our efforts across territorial levels, across policy domains, to empower our rural startups now and in the coming years. So that's my final message. Only together we can succeed. But this time we have new tools, we have a clear leadership, and we would like really to work on this issue. And that's not a hazard. Yes, that first time we have a vice president on demography and democracy. So you have my full support. But I think definitely that with innovation we have more chances to succeed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Commissioner, for those inspiring words, and for really underlining the central place of innovation in this process. And as you said, we can't do it alone. We have to do it together. And I think you've given an excellent overview of all the different ways in which the institutions and the different bodies that you mentioned can support this process. So thank you very much for your intervention. Now we move on to Commissioner Wojciechowski, who wasn't able to be with us, but he sent us a video statement which responds to a question which is around making a connection between the long-term vision for the EU's rural areas, which the Commission adopted recently, and explaining a bit more how he sees the place of innovation in this long-term vision and what he thinks innovation can bring in particular for agricultural players and agricultural and rural communities. So here we have the video from Commissioner Wojciechowski.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to address you today at the launch of this important forum. I believe that this initiative can contribute to the important work already being done to develop strong, prosperous and resilient rural areas in the European Union. It is clear that rural areas play a significant role in our economy and society, from accommodating our ecosystems to supplying our food systems. However, it is also clear that rural areas in the European Union face major challenges. In our work on the long-term vision for rural areas, the European Commission has identified, apart from the continuing transport exclusion, also the digital gap and the rural skills gap, and two of the biggest challenges. These gaps remained significant, with lower levels of connectivity, basic training and education in rural areas. By closing these gaps, we will open opportunities for rural areas. One of the first steps in closing these gaps will be to ensure widespread internet access, even in the most remote rural areas. The European Commission therefore aims to ensure that all European households have access to high-speed internet by 2025. Such access is essential for rural communities and businesses and is a precondition for making critical services such as e-health available for our rural citizens. Naturally, the expansion of internet access must be accompanied by investment in digital skills and entrepreneurship to make sure that rural residents can capitalize on these new opportunities. And we must make sure that innovation reaches all rural areas, even the most remote ones, so that they can play a full part in the green and digital transitions. In this regard, the Startup Village initiative can complement the important work already being done in the Smart Villages initiative. Smart Villages put rural citizens at the center of constructing their own solutions, making the most of existing skills and helping to develop new ones. Communities set out to improve their economic, social and environmental conditions. Using a strategic and participatory approach, mobilizing solutions offered by innovation and digital technologies. These technologies are also crucial in developing effective ways to connect local producers with the consumers, thus shortening the supply chains and moving closer to the realization of the farm-to-fork strategy. The pandemic has shown how important the internet is to maintain our food security. Smart villages are now being realized, supported by an allocation of over €7 million to preparatory actions on smart rural areas in the 21st century are currently underway. We plan to take these preparatory actions to the field through the national CAP strategic plans of Member States. Member States can further support the achievements of smart villages by investing in rural areas through the EU Recovery and Resilience Facility and other EU funds, notably the European Agricultural Fund for Rural Development. The action plan of the long-term vision for rural areas also includes 2 flagship actions designed to address connectivity and employment. Firstly, a flagship on rural digital futures will help to improve the monitoring of broadband rollout in rural areas and help rural people to update their digital skills. Secondly, the flagship action on entrepreneurship and the social economy in rural areas will put together actions to enable industry entrepreneurs, SMEs, and social economy organizations to thrive in rural areas. These flagship actions will be further developed and linked with other support to rural areas and initiatives. For example, a rural revitalization platform planned to go live at the beginning of 2023 will provide a one-stop shop for rural communities, rural project holders, and local authorities to collaborate. This platform promotes the Smart Villages initiative and links with the other important initiatives such as the Smart Rural 21 project. Implementing these flagship actions and reaching the goals of the vision can only be achieved through collaboration between authorities and actors at national, regional, and local levels. The framework for this collaboration will be the Rural Pact, under which authorities and stakeholders of all governance levels can exchange ideas, experiences, and best practices to help achieve the goals of the vision. I look forward to the launch even for the Pact in 2022 and working together to implement and develop the vision approach. Our approach brings together a wide variety of actors and actions to meet the wide complexity of challenges and opportunities facing rural areas and frames everything into one vision. The Startup Village initiative can be one important piece of this jigsaw. So I look forward to hearing the results of this forum and what you can add to the work that is already being done. I hope that this forum will inspire ideas and drive forward discussions as we set out on our journey to put smart and vibrant villages on the map all across the European Union. I wish you a creative and productive forum. Thank you.
Well, many thanks to the Commissioner for those perspectives on the role of the long-term vision for rural areas in helping to close gaps and open up opportunities for rural areas. Now we move to Ulrike Lendergren, who is the chair of the Commission for Natural Resources of the European Committee of the Regions. Thank you for joining us here today. And the question for you is if we look at promoting and nurturing a startup-friendly environment in rural areas, of course, it can't be a top-down only affair. We also need to mobilize resources in villages and in places. So how do you see the role of local authorities in helping to catalyze efforts and to involve communities to really get them to take ownership of this process?
Thank you, Stephen, for the question, and I really tried to answer them under my speech. And dear commissioners, dear ministers, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the opportunity to represent the European Committee of the Regions at the launch of this important forum. The Committee of the Regions very much welcomes the comprehensive approach of the long-term vision for rural areas. We have called for such a holistic approach for many years and stands ready to put it in place together with you and the stakeholders on the ground. We want rural areas and their communities to be fully involved in the solutions that we are seeking for today's challenges. Without them, there will not be a sustainable digital and green transition. At the COP26 in Glasgow, for example, we saw once again, if we foster innovative thinking and acting, rural areas offer us a huge potential for fighting climate change. Without rural areas, there will also be no sustainable economic recovery. As in the urban territories, we need to create a mix of traditional and startup economy to make this happen. Local and regional authorities play an important role. They can foster this mix and connect different actors on the ground. Today, for example, the Committee of the Regions President is discussing climate emergency with students, young entrepreneurs and startups in a local dialogue. I believe that networking and acting across borders are key elements for startup culture. And with borders, I mean any type of barriers that may exist between entrepreneurs, academia and public authorities, between rural and urban areas, between agriculture and other economic activities, and between regions and member states. Local and regional authorities are closest to local entrepreneurs and can act as knowledge brokers. Working together with experienced business people, they can help develop entrepreneurships in general and startup culture in particular. For this purpose, local and regional authorities can introduce or support measures to promote economic and financial education for entrepreneurs and run campaigns too. They can raise public awareness of what it means to fail when they're pursuing business success, or they can promote a culture of rescuing businesses rather than liquidating them. And they can promote an early warning tool. They can also encourage young people to participate in the Erasmus for Young Entrepreneurs program. For this to happen, we need to get these conditions right. We have to make sure that the rural areas remain attractive and functional places to live and work in for many different types of jobs and for all generations. Local actors therefore need to be involved when member states and regions design the strategies for using European funds for cohesion, agriculture or recovery. Rural proofing of legislation and funding at European, national and sub-national level will be an important tool for establishing the right condition in rural areas. Startup businesses tend to accommodate flexible forms of employment as teleworking, flexible working hours, temporary agency work, and employee leasing, contract works, and work and job sharing. For many of us, this seemed quite exotic in the past. Since the COVID pandemic, we have all gotten used to many of these aspects ourselves. People have discovered that you do not need to live in a big city to work this way. We should use this momentum, for example, to attract young people back into rural areas that they are exposed to population decline. Therefore, we have to make sure that startups have full market access and people living in rural areas must have full access to public and private services. In the digital world that we live in, this requires more investment in digital infrastructure and in training for digital skills. Public authorities in rural areas often lack the capacity to provide digital service for citizens and businesses. Networking and knowledge exchange with more experienced and better equipped authorities will be important to increase the capacity of rural public authorities. The long-term vision rightly points out that there are many different types of rural areas. Therefore, fostering and startup culture will require different actions in each of them. The Committee of the Regions strongly support the diversification of economic activities in rural areas. This means that we need to bring in fresh ideas from outside. At the same time, we need to use the experience and skills of existing economics actors, as the local business incubators, information on access to cross-border public procurement, local venture capital, non-financial support programs can help us develop this diverse economy. This economy will work with new approaches to agriculture and forest management and service, and also socially focused business initiatives that enhance quality of life in rural areas. Now, it is time for action, and I'm confident that the Startup Village Forum will be a very useful tool supporting the action on the ground, and I'm looking forward to our future cooperation in this forum. And thank you for the attention.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Landegren, for your support. Thank you very much for your support and the support of the Committee of the Regions for this initiative. And you emphasised there in particular the importance of networking, this important knowledge broker role, the importance of digital. I think these are all very important catalyzers. Thank you very much for your presence. Now we're going to connect to Ljubljana, where we have State Secretary Zak with us, who is representing the Slovenian presidency of the Council. State Secretary, the policy effort for rural areas clearly needs an alignment across different territorial levels and different domains. So how do you think member states can equip themselves in order to take on this challenge and to fully exploit the innovation and entrepreneurial potential that we see in the rural areas?
Thank you for the floor. Dear organizer, Joint Research Center, dear Vice President Šuica, dear Commissioner Gabriel and Commissioner Wojciechowski, dear President Sassoli, dear Ms. Landegren, ladies and gentlemen. It is a distinguished honor to extend a warm welcome to all of you on behalf of Slovenian presidency to the Council of the European Union. Thank you for organizing the event on such an important topic that will help to shape a long-term vision for the EU's rural areas over the next 2 decades. We all agree that sustainable and innovative territorial development is of key importance. In doing so, we have to put people and the quality of their lives at the center by bringing together both science-based and community-based knowledge and experiences. This is also one of the main development goals in Slovenia, defined within the National Development Strategy. The rural and remote areas are home to around 140 million of EU citizens, representing almost 30% of the EU population and over 80% of the EU territory. Slovenia is no exception. All Slovenian regions are predominantly rural regions. Understandably, we are facing many pressing rural development challenges, such as population decline and aging. The concept of smart villages and startup villages are important development concepts. They bring the needed coordination of development policies, activities, the identification of critical areas and gaps we should focus on, and the support needed by stakeholders at all levels, European, national, regional, and local. I am convinced that villages and countrysides will develop best if we bring implementation process closer to the local population, as they can design best development solutions in their areas. European and national institutions, as policymakers, have an important role to play in this process. Dear colleagues, Slovenian presidency welcomes the Startup Villages initiative. We stress it is important to link the startup and smart village concepts to the smart cities and communities concepts, which can result in a common local development approach. Such systemic approach could pave the way to development of other important processes such as startup tourism, villages based on digitalization and sustainability. I believe we have to address energy efficiency and local energy communities, digital solutions in local supply chains, especially in food production, circular economy, entrepreneurial and innovation ideas, and integration of startup villages into sustainable mobility concepts. Slovenian presidency considers community-based initiatives and territorial approaches as a successful channel and tool in achieving these goals. Our role as policymakers is to invest in people, their creative ideas, entrepreneurial spirit, and innovative solutions. And we have to make sure that the right frameworks, tools, and financial resources are available to them. I wish you fruitful discussions and, of course, excellent results. Thank you.
Thank you very much, State Secretary, for those remarks and for giving us the perspective of the presidency and the member states. This draws this opening session to a close. I would like to very warmly thank our speakers, Vice President Suica, Commissioners Gabriel and Wojciechowski, State Secretary Zak, and the Committee of the Regions representatives, Mrs. Landegren. Thank you so much for being with us today. Your different statements have given us a lot of inspiration, a lot of food for thought, and I think they really show how this joint commitment to the development of our rural areas, our rural startups, and the innovation ecosystem is very strong. Let's keep up this momentum. Let's ensure that we move from words to action and really reach out right across the ecosystem to all actors across the European Union. In the next sessions, we're going to hear from the scientific community, from practitioners, from stakeholders, from local institutions, including elected representatives. And now I'm going to pass the floor to the moderator of the Science for Policy session, who's Kirsten Rosenau, who's the head of unit in our Directorate General for Agriculture and Rural Development. I wish you all very fruitful discussions and a good continuation for the rest of the day. Thank you all very much.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great pleasure to be here with you and to open our first session for today. After having heard from many very competent people this morning, a lot about the context of the Startup Village Forum conference and forum in itself. So we now go to science for policy, challenges for business ecosystems in rural areas and opportunities for innovation. So it's my great pleasure to moderate this session. So my name is Kirsten Rosenau. I'm head of unit at the European Commission, the Director General for Agriculture and Rural Development. I'm in charge of research and innovation for quite a while, so for agriculture and rural development. It's something that is our daily bread and butter. And I think we have some very interesting food for thought to share with you in this session. So the Startup Village Forum is part of the EU Rural Vision flagship research and innovation for rural communities that you know, that places a really strong focus on social innovation and empowerment. And as the Commissioner said at several instances this morning, the types of innovation that matter are widely diverse, and especially in rural areas, innovation that come from the community and involve cooperation and networking are really hugely important. So the analysis that we have conducted to develop the long-term vision for rural areas shows that we have a good innovation potential in rural areas. However, innovators often face challenges in accessing knowledge, for instance, advice, finance, infrastructures, etc. So in general, I think it's fair to say that the rural innovation ecosystem is weaker. And we'll have a big discussions with all the commissioner in the research and innovation group this week on this and on innovation in general. But I think one point will also be that there are different innovation systems, ecosystems that need different types of support. We also have identified great opportunities for innovation in various spheres, for instance, including green economy in particular, but also in services and cares. And these opportunities are something that we witness also on a daily basis in the conduct of the European Innovation Partnership on Agriculture that we coordinate in DG Agri, actually. And this partnership focuses on agriculture, but also looks at forestry, food and non-food value chains. And with the Future CAP, the Common Agricultural Policy, it will also aim to contribute to vibrant rural areas. And the seminars, workshop, focus groups, and knowledge exchange that are organized in the context of this partnership, and many of you have been there, actually help us to understand the problems and identify really research, innovation needs and solutions bottom up. I think really this is important and key, where we place the rural actors, the farmers, the foresters, the other land managers at the heart of this process and their needs, because we develop this together with them and the projects as well. So the research and innovation flagship of the Rural Vision includes several streams of work, for instance, dedicated funding for R&I activities and for rural areas under several parts of the Horizon Europe program. So we already included around 50 million of funding under the work programs for 21 and 22, and we are already working on the programs for 23 and 24. So there's more to come. And many results and innovations are now coming already from existing Horizon 2020 projects. Some of the speakers of this panel will tell us more. So, and on knowledge exchange and connecting actors in the knowledge and innovation systems or innovation ecosystems, this is also hugely important. And this builds on the initiatives we already have, such as EIP Agri, the European Network for Rural Development, actions on smart villages, the smart specialization platforms, the cluster platforms, and the new initiative we launched today, the Startup Village Forum, which we will hope will help us to deepen the understanding of the needs of rural startups, especially in domains that are not sufficiently covered today. And there we hope to bring something home for science, policy, and to use further in policy, and how we can empower them to innovate. So the purpose of this session is to provide insights from scientific work that has looked at these challenges and opportunities in a broad array of domains, And we see which lessons we can learn from and for policy, in particular on how we could strengthen the innovation ecosystem for rural businesses and startups in particular. Now we have with us today 5 very eminent speakers whom I will introduce and who will all provide their insights, if possible, in no longer than 7 minutes. So we also have time to take some questions from the audience. So our first speaker will be Carlo Laval, who works at the Knowledge Center for Territorial Policies in the Joint Research Center of the European Commission. So, Carlo, the floor will be yours to give us your thoughts about rural depopulation and places of opportunities.
Good morning. Can you see the screen?
We can see the screen, Carlo, but we have trouble hearing you. You have a big echo.
Okay. The objective of this presentation.
You still have a bad connection. Can you maybe try again?
Okay, sorry. Try to
now I think it's getting better.
Any better now? Any better?
Yeah, much better.
Yeah, okay. Okay. Can you go now?
No, actually, it's still not working.
Okay.
Carlo, what I would maybe propose.
Sorry for that.
Carlo, no problem. What I would maybe
to be quickly as not the collection of snapshots on a number of features, quantitative features that are affecting rural areas, ranging from many things have been already mentioned, but I will not show.
Carlo, what I would maybe propose is that I call upon the second speaker. So if that's okay, and I invite you in the meantime maybe to try to re-establish the connection, if that's okay. Okay. Is that okay?
Yes.
So then, yeah. So then we will go to the second speaker of this panel, maybe a bit more quickly than expected. So we go to Enrique Garcilaso, who is the deputy head of the Regional Development and Governance Division at the OECD Center for Entrepreneurship. So, I mean, it's very good to have you with us this morning. Your Center for Entrepreneurship takes care of SMEs, regions, and cities. And you're one of the great experts in rural development and rural economy. So I would invite you to tell us something about successful practices for promoting innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystems in rural areas. So please, Enrique, so the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. First of all, can you listen to me clearly?
Yeah.
Excellent. And I seem to have my presentation up on the screen. So I'll go right to the points to make it in 7 minutes to make sure we have a bit of room for discussion. In today's presentation, I just wanted to give you some elements of a couple of items. But before I start into getting into the innovation and entrepreneurship topic, I think it's important to go back and to try to understand what we're trying to do in the broader picture. We heard about these mega trends, and to a large extent, this new vision that has been established within the European Commission, we're very supportive of this. And we think that rural policy should be anticipatory, should be thinking and equipped to deal with the so-called mega trends that are really shaping our economies and our societies in fundamental ways. We think that a policy that is reactive is not equipped to address some of these gaps that are emerging. And we like to think about the demographic, the environmental, technological change, globalization, and so forth. So that's a bit of a starting point. The second is to show you that how these gaps have been evolving. And right before the global financial crisis, a lot of the rural regions across the OECD were doing quite well. They were converging, they were growing the fastest, but since the 2008 global financial crisis and the current pandemic, what we have seen is that this gap between large metropolitan areas and the rest of regions, in particular, the rural remote and those that are close to the medium and smaller cities, have been doing much, much worse. So I think this is a very important policy discussion of what to do, how to address this gap. On our end, we have moved to a framework that has been evolving throughout the years. I'm not going to repeat the whole thing, but I think it's important to mention that it places the individual at the center. So for us, it's important to think about, are we improving the well-being of people that are living in rural regions or not? And when we try to put the policy objective on the individual, of course, we have the economic, the social, and the environmental dimension. I think this approach is a fundamental change because rural policies in many of our countries tend to be very focused on commodities, whether that's agriculture, fisheries, forestry, or mining. So to all of a sudden to talk about the individual, I think it's a big shift. And within this framework, I think when we look about the economic angle, we try to advise our governments on issues of how to deepen the concept of smart specialization. We think that this concept is especially valuable for rural economies that are not very diversified. They have few areas where they can have competitive advantage. So they need to be quite smart and strategic on how to develop some of these assets and resources. But fundamentally, it's also about supporting SME growth and entrepreneurship, and how to retain more value in the places that the sources of some of these commodities are taking place. So it's also about retaining more value locally and how to promote bottom-up approaches. So I think this topic of entrepreneurship and innovation is core within this broader framework. So about 2 years ago, we started this big thematic project, which we call Enhancing Rural Innovation. It's supported by 5 countries. We're in the middle of it, but we can also present to you already some results. And the starting point when we think about innovation is also a wide range of studies that look at patents. And we all know the biases that we have with patents, but what we did is when we tried to look at a more refined picture rather than patents per population, we looked at patents per inventive occupations. This is the left-hand graph for the US. We see that rural regions, the picture looks very, very much different, and you can see that innovation is actually quite present also in a lot of these rural regions. But besides looking at patents, we try to focus this project more on startup entrepreneurship, and we think that this is a critical area, in particular the youth entrepreneurship. So we've done some analysis to try to see what are the drivers behind supporting young entrepreneurships. And the first thing that we find is there's a penalty for rural areas. We see that young entrepreneurships tend to be quite lower on rural areas. And there's also a penalty on the gender for female. We see that skills and education are very relevant for promoting young entrepreneurships across all types of regions. So all of a sudden we have 3 important policy messages. One is, how can we support entrepreneurship in rural areas? How can we target better the woman to support young entrepreneurship? And how can we also focus on the skills dimension? When we did some analysis to try to understand better the differences between cities and rural towns and suburbs, we could explain about half of the difference. And a lot of this difference was with some of the factors that, excuse me, that I mentioned before, such as socioeconomic factors, education and training. So that's about half of it that is explained. And the other part is unexplained that remains. So a lot of these are sort of like the enabling factor. So we do think that, for example, something that is very important is the digital connectivity that we heard before. We've done some analysis on this front, looking at Ookla data, and Ookla is the download speed. And we do find that if we look at speeds, there's still a significant gap between rural and urban. And this gap ranges between 40 to 45% when we look at fixed and mobile types of connections. So this is still an area. I know that the gaps between accessibility and broadband have been reduced significantly, but when we focus on quality connection, there's still some important gaps to be addressed. Besides that, the digital skills, there's also very important gaps. It's not just about the connectivity. In terms of the digital skills, there are very, very big gaps, and in some countries up to 57%, such as in the Czech Republic. So that's also a very critical area. And just to finalize my 2 slides, we also think that universities play a very important role. They're very place sensitive. So we need to think about the incentives to make a better collaboration between universities with SMEs and the private sector. So we've done a number of case studies, and I would just like to mention the Karlstad University in the northern region of Värmland in Sweden as one that we found that is quite keen on playing this role. So I'll just stop here to stay with my 7 minutes. Thank you.
Very well done, Enrique. This is really great. So I appreciate very much. Also giving us a bit of a new angle of this. It's actually the first time I hear a presentation like that, starting with the individual and the rural well-being. So that's interesting. And also your 3 key areas around entrepreneurship, support for specifically for women, and the skills, also probably a skills divide that we still have, that we have to close, or a gap at least, and some avenues how to address this. So it would be good if we can have a discussion after that and see a little bit if we have questions on the audience on this. So now I would try to hand back to Carlo, if it's possible, and hope he's fixed his connection in the meantime while Enrique recovers his breath. And then I would invite you, Carlo, to start your presentation on, as announced, rural depopulation and places of opportunities. And would be great if you could also stick to the 7 minutes. Thanks.
I will, if the system works. I will. We need to go back one step. What I'm going to do is to give you a snapshot, quantitative snapshot of few issues, few themes of interest for rural areas in general. Following the urban-rural typologies, this is the new OECD, the OECD definition of degree of urbanization. We can see that indeed, if we consider urban area and suburban urban area, almost 50% of the European population, of the EU population, it's outside urban areas. So it's distributed in villages, in small towns, dispersed and remote areas. Now, the issue of the population has been mentioned in the introduction by our Vice President. It is an historical trend. The map on the left-hand side tells you that from the 60s, we have had a constant loss of population in rural areas. Not everywhere. Mainly close to cities, this has not been happening, but there has been a close depopulation. The projection, our system, our modeling activities to make projection tells you that this is still going to happen for a number of countries where not only rural population, but the population in general will decrease. And as you can see, we have a collection of countries, small countries, big countries, where the population is occurring. Also, this has been mentioned, there is also an aging effect. Now, the aging is general all over Europe, in cities, rural areas, and so on. But when we couple for rural villages the depopulation with the aging effect, we do have an important impact in terms of losing active population and losing the youth, and so let's say the strength, the demographic strength of places. The other issues that rural residents are facing is the access to service. Here we're looking at schools, left-hand side of the slides, and hospital. And it goes without saying that distances matter, because in rural areas we tend to have distances from 2 to 5 times larger to services than in cities. But it's not only a matter of distance, it's also a matter of cost. Reaching more pupils in rural areas will, and this is a projection done together with OECD, will increase the cost of the provision of educational services in the future. So the trends of aging of the populations, together with the lack of accessibility, is going to increase the cost in all areas where you can see the color red or orange, which is quite substantial. There is another issue, also this has been mentioned. Young women, in particular, are leaving rural regions. We have by far more men, young men, in rural areas. This is the green dots. And when we're looking, for example, at the management of farms, it looks really that this is a business for old men. So there is no incentive for young people in general, but in particular, young women to stay in rural areas. So we need to provide opportunities. And the opportunities are happening because indeed rural economies are changing. We can see in particular on the right-hand side of the graph that there is a change in employment. We have an increase in services on food services, information, communication, financial, non-market services in the last 8-10 years, and a decrease in traditional agricultural service. This is a signal that has to be taken on board. Then again, we know well that natural capitals in rural areas, it's high, agricultural land, forest, and so on. It's important. The transformation, again, we are projecting in the future what's going to happen. The trend is to have an increase of the natural capital in rural areas. This is due to a number of reasons, also negative reasons, like the depopulation and the abandonment of all agricultural land. But this is happening. This is something which needs to be used. For example, to foster tourism. Tourism is already an important activity in rural areas. If you look at the night spent per capita in rural areas, whether close or remote, this is the key. It's a key activity in rural areas. Digital divide has been mentioned. Gradually, in Europe, at least, we are catching up. It takes a little bit, but we are working on it. The Commission is working on it. There is a target of 100% access to fast broadband in rural areas by 2025. In 2020, we are not in a bad shape. This is going to happen. Conclusions, few considerations. Green transition. Again, rural areas, remote and so on, have a key role to work with it. Rural attractiveness in general for tourists, but not only for tourists, are important in terms of living cost, in terms of proximity, of nature, and so on. New technologies are important. We need to improve the way to deliver education and training, to increase cooperation between the actors, and to give access to services and markets. Administrative capacity can also be improved, equipped with digital innovation and in general technology. One of the things which the various methods shows that, again, each place has its own history, so we need to have place-based strategies to tackle where needed issues related to gender balance, aging, and so on. So this was a quick snapshot. There are a bunch of references. Most of this you know because it's the the Commission communication on the long-term visions for rural areas. It's a joint report between the JRC and OECD, other reports and so on. In particular, I would like to announce an upcoming report on what we call lonely places, looking at territorial perspective to provide other places of opportunity in rural areas. That's all. I apologize again for the mess in the presentation.
Thanks, Carlo. Don't worry. This is what can happen very easily. It's a live event. And I think we got a good gist of what you were trying to tell us on the issue of rural depopulation and all the different factors and how that can inform us. So we have not been able, at least here, to follow the slides. But maybe they can be put at our disposals, because you had a lot of very valuable data that can inform us very well, and also with your opportunities part. So thanks a lot. And I'm sure we can touch upon the one or the other issue also later when we go actually to the discussion. So now I would like to introduce our third speaker of today. So Bryony Goodwin-Hawkins. She works at the National Innovation Centre for Rural Enterprise, the University of Gloucestershire in UK. And we're very curious to hear you talk about the rural innovation system for resilience and well-being. So the well-being, we have again catching up a little bit probably on what Enrique was also giving us as placing the context. So the floor is over to you, Bryony.
Thank you, Kirsten, and thank you to my colleagues Carlo and Enrique, who have done a really good job in setting up some of the challenges that we have for rural areas and suggesting some of the opportunities. So as Kirsten said, I want to pick up on this concept of an innovation ecosystem. And in particular, I want to think about how this is a useful concept. So we've been talking already a lot today in the introductions this morning and in what we've heard so far about this idea of an innovation ecosystem. And I thought it might be helpful to roll back a little bit to think about what the concept actually is. So as you can guess, it originally comes from ecology, but when we use it to think about local economies, and particularly our rural communities, the scientific literature tells us that it can really help us to do three things. Now, the first of those is it helps us have a more holistic picture of prosperity. We can think about the system as a whole, the economy as a whole, how it's enabling well-being, and where it might be out of balance. And that's a really useful thing to be doing. The second thing is that it helps us understand the evolving set of actors and institutions, the activities they undertake, the resources they use and direct, and the channels for knowledge exchange that they have. Again, that's really useful. And then the third thing that it helps us to do is it helps us think about resilience, the resilience of our system, less in terms of bouncing back, but as the capacity of our local economy to adapt and transform, including in ways that support recovery and support well-being. Now, that's the academic view, and I know, of course, that you didn't come here for another boring talk from an academic to tell you about the concept. So I instead want to try and think of a few lessons that have been coming up for us as part of NICER, the National Innovation Centre for Rural Enterprise. And I want to use this metaphor of an ecosystem to start pulling out some of these lessons in ways that I hope will stick in your minds. So I'm going to use the metaphor to give you 4 lessons, and they are: design for living systems, not scenic postcards; know the nutrients; think beyond the bird box; and the 4th one is look at what flourishes together. Now I'm going to explain these in terms of local economies. So the first, in terms of designing for systems, not postcards, is that it's often an issue. Those of us who don't live full-time in rural communities tend to encounter rural areas through our holidays or our leisure. That means we have a particular experience of what is there in the local economy, but we don't actually see all of the local economy. That can be a real challenge when we come back and are making policy at regional or national levels, because we can often just fall back on that vision we have. We sort of go a bit of tourism, a bit of food, a bit of leisure, but we forget all of the other opportunities. Now, local people can fall prey to this kind of postcard thinking as well. Some research by Joni Willett in rural Cornwall has found that local people's ideas of the employment opportunities available in the economy were about 10 years out of date. They knew that things had changed, but they didn't necessarily know what the opportunities were or how they could find them. So when we're designing for our systems, we need to think about how do we get the information out there? Because if we don't do that, we're just going to reproduce another postcard that's out of date. So the second aspect is know the nutrients, the second lesson. We recently did some research with my NICER colleagues to look at rural access to finance. And we thought we looked at longitudinal small business data. We thought there were going to be big rural-urban differences, and there actually weren't. So that proved us wrong. It also showed us that our rural businesses might have better access to finance than we thought, but it helps us make some more evidence-based decisions. I also nearly made a mistake myself when I was working with a local business that has an R&D lab in a very rural area. They're quite unique in many ways. And when I heard about that, my first thought was the challenge must be skills and recruitment. But when I went to talk to them, I learned that the actual challenge is that they are in an international market where they can't compete on price. What they really need is specialist business support around marketing and internationalization. I could have gone very wrong if I'd recommended that the local authority use universities for skills when universities could help here with marketing. So we need to look at what are the nutrients that we've got and that are actually needed. Now, the third point was about bird boxes. We see this at the moment when lots of our local authorities want to have co-working spaces. I've seen, and I'm already seeing differences come out in terms of the authorities that I work with. So some, they've found a space, they've put some furniture in it, they've turned the Wi-Fi on, and they're waiting for the entrepreneurs. Others are taking a more strategic approach. They're looking at what kind of space is needed, for who, where should it be, how is it going to connect to existing programs. I can already predict who is going to have the most success around that. So don't just put the bird box there, think about the birds. We've also been looking, and it's come up today, my NICER colleague Maria Wishart has done research on digital adoption between rural and urban. She's found that our rural businesses are less likely to be using technologies such as online teleworking. Now, partly that's an infrastructure question. As we've learned, we can't just put the infrastructure there. We also need to be developing the skills training and helping our rural businesses make that transition. Now, the fourth and the final point I want to make is to look at what flourishes together in our ecosystem. Sometimes on paper, we can get a bit of a false impression about what's happening. And this is where I think social enterprise really comes up and is important. My favourite example of a social enterprise is one that I've worked with in Wales. They dealt with they were a community who dealt with the closure of their local shop by buying the shop and making it a community-run enterprise. But they've developed a really innovative business model that's allowed them to use the profits from running a cafe to employ a full-time community coordinator who's now also able to use that space to be developing skills programs, outreach programs, connecting in older and younger people. So what flourishes together when we build these startups? So again, just to go over those 4 points, design for systems, not postcards, know the nutrients, think beyond the bird box, and look at what flourishes together. And I'll hand back to Kirsten.
Thanks a lot. You're all spot on, very disciplined. I very much like this because obviously this sticks very much in our mind. It's a very good technique we have to keep in mind. So I think the bird boxes, nutrients, not postcards examples will stick with us. So well done. And I think there's also lots of things in there which touches upon what other speakers have said. And if we have a little time after, we can also allow for a little bit of reaction amongst yourself, which I think would be a great enriching of this. And certainly in the end, your key messages for us as policymakers to take home, because this is in the end, science meets policy. And whatever you tell us and can give us as a final word on the way will be very welcome. So now I hand over to Justin Casimir, who works for RISE. So this is the Research Institutes of Sweden, and he has coordinated for over 3 years. So that's a major challenge. I know what I'm talking about. One of the multi-actor Horizon 2020 projects, so the EU research projects, but with a special focus on getting all actors under one roof from the conception to the implementation of the projects that form part of the EAP Agri. It's called Rubismo, and they have developed tools for businesses that can contribute to the implementation of the long-term vision for rural areas. So please, Justin, let us know anything we should know about entrepreneurship and business models in rural areas. Justin, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Kirsten, for the introduction. And thank you to my colleagues, Carlo, Enrique, and Byrony for a very interesting and inspiring presentation. I will start really going straight to the point. I hope you can see my presentation. As Kirsten said, I was the project manager for Rubismo, and if you think Rubismo, it's we use entrepreneurship and businesses as a tool for business for rural development. And I will only focus on one particular tool in this presentation. So first I will go really briefly through the Rubismo project as a whole, and then deep into what we call the business environment. Byrony, they call it ecosystem. Again, we learn a lot from nature, and we like to relate to it. And I will use illustrations from the cases we studied throughout the project. And I will give you a brief introduction to the business environment tool that is based on the concept, the business environment concept. So really quickly, Rubismo, as Kirsten said, it was 3.5 years. It ended last month, 2 weeks ago. Exactly 16 partners in 11 countries. We even had partners in Ukraine, Belarus. And our main target groups was rural entrepreneurs and businesses, including farmers, but not only. We also work with intermediaries, business advisors, and also what we call the supporting actors. And maybe that's more the one we developed this business environment tool and the business environment concept for. So it's research and innovation, universities, public agencies, and regional developing agencies. So looking at the business environment framework, so this has been developed by one of the partner, ATB, the Leibniz Institute for Agriculture, Engineering and Bioeconomy, and also other Rubismo partners, including RISE. And basically, we try to illustrate it using what we call the 7 different sub-arenas. So you see it on the right hand side: funding, technology and knowledge, institutional development, resource and infrastructure, market structure, training and education, consumers' needs and value. So I'm not going to go through exactly what they mean and what they are, but we divided it into 7 sub-arenas, what we call. So this is a very useful tool if you want to screen what are the relevant stakeholders in your context, also to develop supportive guidelines, how you can be better to support entrepreneurs in your local context. And it's also it's a ground to discussions. As any concept, it gives you the tool to structure and understand the system, but it's not the truth per se. So now we'll go through some concrete examples on how can and that's what we learned from Rubismo, how can supportive actors actually support entrepreneurs in rural areas? So the first one is regarding the funding. Sabarina, biogas Brolanda in Sweden, and there the positive things, of course, businesses in rural areas, they thrive because they have a great business model. This is something else we studied in the project. They have a supportive business environment. This is what I'm showing now, but they also have an entrepreneur that drives the projects from the start to the implementation. So what was interesting there is that they received diverse subsidies and bank loans, and this was actually possible thanks to partnership and collaboration with different regional actors. They had other tax reliefs, so there was different funding opportunities, and they were guided, let's say, by their regional actors. So that was really positive, and it helped them to move faster. Looking at the technology and knowledge, we stay in Sweden. Bohus Sea Culture, it's called, and they benefited from collaboration with the Kristineberg Marine Center, which is a research center, and basically they have the research capacity that helped them to develop their seaweed production, to fine-tune the processes. They also helped them to develop new and innovative food products. So once again, like without this actor, it would have taken them ages and years to develop. So this really make their development. And this is just one example. Now we go in the resource and infrastructure. So now we talk a lot about, for example, transport and internet connection. Moving a bit south, Denmark, Blue Lobster, it's an application that was developed in the past years, and it makes fishermen able to sell their catch of the day directly from the boat. And this is because they have a great internet connection, even in open sea. And it makes the development of this application actually not only possible, but applicable on the ground. So this app also makes it available to avoid the middleman and to sell directly to the local consumer, to restaurants, and so on. So this is, once again, the importance to have reliable resources in infrastructure. Now going in Ireland, so like the importance of the market structure. So this is an example of a farm that decided to develop their own food product. But in order to sell your products, you need to have markets. And that was possible because they were already in the region, some existing marketplaces like greengrocers and artisan food shops and so on. So this really helped them to reach the market quite quickly, and they could focus on the processing of their food. One more, again, in Ireland, training and education. This is a very successful story from the Connemara region. So they developed a sheep farm and developed a lot of services around it. And this is thanks to a joint empowerment program, I think, that was developed by the local, by the regional or rural development agency there. And it helped them to get access to experts in different field of the business, marketing, and so on. They offered also mentoring sessions and also networks with other entrepreneurs. So by upscaling their skills, I mean, these entrepreneurs were able to develop their business and becoming. Oh, I'm done with my 7 minutes. Then one more regarding the consumer needs and values. So what do the consumer need actually? So this business in Romania, they got a lot of support because the municipalities and regional actors helped to share what were the values from their products. So I think they were doing honey and other crafts, and it really supported them to reach to the consumer, to educate the consumer on the values shared by the products. And then we have a final one, which is maybe one of the trickiest we have seen in the project. One of the biggest challenge is the institutional development, so everything that has to do with regulations and taxes and so on. So there's many examples of how this can be actually the hinder that it's a big threshold to overcome this challenge. So it can be about certification, authorization to do a given activity, some taxes issue because we deal with let's say emerging businesses that maybe the regulation is not really adapted to it. So this is maybe quite of a hindering factor. So maybe I'd like to conclude on this, everything. The business environment tool, so what I've presented, and there's much more material that is available and it's open. It will help you to understand the business environment, will help you to run a business environment workshop that we developed based on this concept. And there's also a checklist to support local entrepreneurs, what they can do to make the best of their business environment in their region. So all this is available online. And yeah, I think that's all from me. And thank you very much for the time.
Thanks a lot, Justin. So that was very insightful as well. And it's always good, of course, if we have something concrete to take home, which is very much the case here. And I think also your remarks on some of the greatest challenges, which were maybe not tackled in the same way as in your presentation by the previous speakers. So with regards to institutional development, this can also be important for our discussion later on. So thanks a lot for that. So that's always good also to have different puzzles fitting together into the picture, what we need or what we have to overcome in terms of challenges and what we should focus on in terms of opportunities, in particular as policymakers. So thanks a lot for that. So now we will go to our last but not least speakers. So we have Ariane Satt from the Leibniz Institute for Research on Society and Space. And Ariane is very familiar also with all the issues that we talked about before, but she will focus specifically in her talk about small villagers, digitalization, and social innovations in rural areas. So, Ariane, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Kerstin, and thank you to all the colleagues. And I take the opportunity now to go maybe a step back, but maybe also a step more into detail, because what we are interested in or were interested in during the last 3 years was the combination of social innovation and digitalization in rural areas, concretely in villages. And it doesn't work now, especially in structurally weak and peripheral rural areas. And as probably all of you know, social innovation or central criteria for social innovation are novelty and social practices, which trigger processes of social change. And we observed already beforehand that also villagers started using and or even developing digital solutions as part of their social innovation. So technology and social issues became in a way more connected. That's why we speak about digitally supported social innovations. What do we mean with that, or what could such digitally supported social innovations be about? It's basically three different fields, let's say. One is all around digital village tools, which are especially village apps, and we know different kinds of village apps, such as communication, like many-to-many communication inside one village, like an internal digital group, or simple kind of information village app, giving information about everything which is important and which is happening in the area, or also village apps which are more about mutual help. A second type of tool is all around smart building technologies for community centers, because it's interestingly one of the biggest problems of community centers is the key, because basically there's one person who has the key, and people are very happy about the idea to can open a community center with the help of digital tools. A second part of these digitally supported innovations are about new opportunities thanks to digitalization. You all know about that. Bryony also spoke about rural co-working and co-living spaces, but we speak also about ride sharing or village car sharing. or mobile village shops and solidary agriculture. And the third field is all around digital empowerment and digital literacy initiatives. We see very many projects where digital training experts, local people act as multipliers, or citizen-based technology consultation, or digitalization courses for and with inhabitants. So who are the people who are in such initiatives? We call them, in a very general way, smart villagers, but the field's much bigger. We have basically 3 types of involved actors. It's probably no surprise for you that we always have drivers, but as important as the drivers are users and supporters. Not necessarily they live in the village. They can also come from outside. They can be part of public administration. They can be guests or whatever, but the users and the supporters motivate and give feedback and are basically important also to encourage the drivers to go on, to continue with their ideas. And we only call the actively involved people inside the village smart villagers. They are basically the people who bring the sustainability to that. So what have we learned out of that? 3 main lessons we have learned. The first lesson is digitally open villages are attractive village. Interestingly, digital communication in villages also strengthens face-to-face communication in the village community. And digital tools and opportunities, of course, facilitate village life, so they become also more attractive for people who are interested in rural life. The second lesson we learned as part of our smart villages that we watched are very often also social enterprises. And social enterprises contribute actively to village development. They are typically engaged, the rural social enterprises we analyzed are typically engaged in co-working and co-living, farming and environment, and education and culture. And they give a real strength also to village development and to strengthen very often also the community. And the third lesson we've learned is that village activity leads to more activity. That's interesting because once the process started, very often it happens that more and more actors come in and things maybe go back, the process maybe stops, but then another person comes in, and also the famous consolidation phase is very often kind of going back to emergence of new ideas and new facts out of a complex actor constellation in the beginning. So altogether, what have we learned are these 3 lessons. Digitally open villages are attractive villages. Social enterprises can contribute to village development. So at this point, thank you to Brioni for your nice example, which brought it directly also to the point. And village activity very often leads to more activity. However, what we can also say is that smart villages, be it from civil society and volunteering or from social enterprises, need also public support. And they benefit also from ideas and support outside the actual village. So we need these connections also on the regional and the trans-regional level. And also in times of digitalization and the pandemic even, analog as well as digital, but I want to underline analog infrastructures and face-to-face contacts remain fundamental for having livable and living villages. And I think I was perfectly inside the 7 minutes, and I thank you for listening.
Okay, thanks a lot, Ariadne. So for yet this other view on it, and I think also good that you highlighted a bit more in depth, for instance, the digital part that several of your colleagues have linked with and highlighted, but you gave much more detail on this, and this is really great. So what I think that we could do in the remaining time that we have really, you have made available to all of us, and to make sure that this is a bit more interactive, I just have a question on the slides. I'm sure that the organizers will make those available. But what I would maybe ask you to do now is, if you would have to prioritize, and based on what you've said and you've heard from the colleagues around here, and you would have to make a choice. So what do you think is the main challenge in your view, an opportunity that the policymakers should, yes, not so easy maybe, you might slightly skip that, that the policymakers should focus on. And I'm sure you would want to react to one or each other, so I give each of you, let's say, a finalizing statement of 1 to 2 minutes where you can focus on that and maybe comment on what any other of you had said. And so that Ariane can take her breath. So I will start at the beginning again. So I will ask Carlo maybe to have a first go.
Thank you, Kirsten. I think access to services in general is important. We need schools, we need services, market services, healthcare services, because innovators need to find their houses, their home in rural areas. Their family needs to find a home. You have places that can be reached in a sort of commuting mode, but in others you don't. So this is, I think it's a challenge. It's a challenge because otherwise we will have group of innovation in a desert of services. This is my thought.
Thanks a lot, Carlo. So that's a very sticking formulation, desert of services. So we'll take that along as well. So then I would like to go to Enrique. So if you would have a pick on prioritization, what would you say? And is anything you want to comment from what the colleagues have said?
Yes, I think it was quite inspiring to listen to some of the other presentations. I think I take a couple of points. I think the first one is that innovation can happen in rural, and I think many policymakers still are founded on this idea that science and technology, and it's not science and technology. There's many examples. We heard a wide range of examples. The second point is that I like to say that it's not a single bullet. I mean, we heard about a wide range of policies, from financing, from skills development, from capacity, from business support, internationalization, infrastructure, and so forth. So for me, the key element, we heard about this holistic, but also I think it's an integrated approach. It's place-based, and the concept of scale is critical. And I think one of the problems that many rural economies have is that if you go too low on every rural economy, you get fragmentation on the policy. So I think we need to work better on the scale and getting all these actors into common agendas and also delivering to them their needs. I took out also I was quite inspired by this reaching out and this bird's metaphor, because I think in cities you do have that people come together, so it's much easier to provide policies or reach out or communicate. So I think we need to do a better job on finding out who these entrepreneurs are, mechanisms, institutions, dialogues. We need to reach out and get to a lot of the rural. So I think the policy can really benefit from that a bit more. And then just to finalize, I think if you look forward, I think there's tremendous opportunities with remote working, and also with the digitalization. And we heard from Carlo this service delivery, the types of things that we'll be able to do now and in several years in terms of delivering services can be really game changers. So I think policy makers need to be aware that the future and all of these technologies can bring tremendous opportunities. So sorry to not give you 1 point, but I was inspired by some of these elements. Back to you.
Well done anyways. So that's what I thought, but it's also like this, that we get a bit of cross commenting on this, and I think that's really quite nice. I mean, it's true, we maybe don't have the or one silver bullet, but maybe several ones. So after this also, and what I think also quite like in your statement is this reference to multi-actor, because that's also something which is quite at our heart, where we've really found if we don't, I mean, in terms of innovation, also bridge concretely the gap on the spot, on the field between researchers, farmers, advisors, NGOs, whoever, businesses, providers that are there, and make them work together to find common solution. It's difficult. So I quite get inspired myself from that part. So now I'll hand over to Bryony, who has actually provided us with lots of nice pictures to take home. But maybe if it's the picture you want to give to us, so what would that be, or any other comment you would have to the colleagues?
Thank you. Well, this is the worst question for an academic ever, is what is one thing that you would do? And I do want to echo Enrique's point that there isn't one thing that you could do. But what I do want to say is, in terms of what we prioritize, I think for me, the most important question is what is innovation for, or rather, who is innovation for? So we can make all sorts of policies to support innovation and to support rural innovation. But the purpose of our policies is not innovation for innovation's sake. The purpose of those policies is for rural people and places. And I think that really needs to guide our priorities as we make policies, as we contribute to them, as we look through the scientific evidence, to keep that question in mind. What and who is this for? And just one final comment that I wanted to say, it was really exciting to be followed by Justin and Ariana's talks, to have some more of those really inspiring examples. So I would like to thank my colleagues for that very much.
Thanks, you've done quite well, Brian. Yeah, so so that was well done. So, and it was really about prioritization. I mean, it's clear that there's not one size or one reply fits all. So that was not the purpose. The purpose was just to say, okay, well, if you would have that on top of, let's say, the wish list or the evaluation list, what would that be? So thanks for reminding us about the purpose. So overall, and this resonates well with the opening of our session, also with the rural well-being and the let's say the focus on not commodities, but on something else. So that's quite something as a theme. So Justin, you have been providing us with a lot of those inspiring examples and tools. But anything you want to give us in terms of main priority that we should address? Challenge, opportunity.
Well, I will try. I don't know how to frame that, but I'll give it a go. First, I really enjoyed this session. It was a lot of very interesting presentation. I really enjoyed it. And then what Ariane said, I think she had the users, the supporters, and the drivers. And first, a comment on the users when we had our final conference, and basically one of them said, like, he was an entrepreneur, I said, we don't need more funding. This is not the support we need. And I think that's something Barony also said about the postcard, or like maybe more the nutrient side, like what do the users actually need? And this, we should have more reflection on that. And I think to get good reflections, we need to get more drivers within the supporters group. So maybe call them entrepreneurs, people that are there to support, but really driven people. And we should get them a nice bird cage, a nice bird house, so they can actually collaborate and connect with the users. So there's a bit of everything, and of course get the right infrastructure around this. So I'm not sure there's just one. I don't think I have one solution, but it's a bit of a cocktail of everything we've just said today. So that would be from me. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Justin. The question was not, it's clear that it's not one solution, but if you would say the most important one is this, so that was a bit for triggering, but you've given us a couple of hints where to look at, so thanks a lot. It was really a pleasure seeing what richness came out of that, what you presented. So Ariane, you have the final word. This is an important moment. So let us know from your point of view. So what you want to give us as final words, or what you want to really, basically highlight, having given us already a lot on social, on digital, and also the areas that you work on. But maybe there's something that you really want to prioritize for us as a take-home message.
Yeah, and that's a hard work now for me. And Enrique already mentioned integrated rural development, which is probably one of the key points. But Bryony now inspired us all to use images. And what came into my mind is the image of the melting pot, because this is usually associated with big cities. But what we have learned today and from all our research is that rural areas are really diverse. And even in the example of Bryony, of the social enterprise, who earn money in the cafe and then they use it for the community manager, I guess they have real problems on how to tax their different activities. And this is maybe only one example of the huge diversity that we find also in rural areas and in activities in rural areas. And we have to bear in mind that rural areas are not, as once told, the traditional far away, peripheral, unimportant areas, but they are also melting pots in a way.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thanks a lot, Ariane. That's another nice picture to take home. So thanks a lot. I mean, for me, it was a really interesting and inspiring session. And I think despite the short time, we managed to highlight many different areas and many things that can we take also home and in addressing further. It's also our job to support this process with further research and innovation. And I mean, our job is also to take home the messages, what to focus on in the future. So we will be integrating the insights provided in the running of the RNI flagship initiative of the long-term vision for rural areas and in the reflection on the Startup Village Forum for next year as well. So it's really good. We take that home, so it will not be lost. And I spent a really interesting moment with you. I hope it's the same for you. And I look forward to see you at another rural innovative occasion down the road. So thanks a lot and have a good lunch now, the speakers and also the listeners out there. Bye-bye.
So welcome everybody to the next session of this incredible journey today. What an event about startup villages in Europe. So the title of the session is the Rural Startup Innovation Ecosystem. During the first part of the session, we have pitches presenting 6 incredible European startup villages. So let's celebrate, let's learn about what is going on in the rural areas in Europe. So each pitch will last 3 minutes. So get ready for it. And let's start with the first one. Let's welcome Mr. Jan Malmgren from Beverov, Sweden. Jan, I pass you the floor, please. 3-minute pitch, starting as soon as you can.
Thank you so much. You see me?
Yes.
Cool.
And the time also moving on.
Welcome to Smart Village Sweden. We are a smart village and we want to research for what is a sustainable society. And wait. We are going from 5,000 to 8,000 citizens until 2040. And we do that in a sustainable way and work with the universities in Sweden. And we have done several of those projects. We work with IoT, for instance. We measure water bins for cows and see that they are not dehydrated. We have smart trees that tells us when they need water. We also have drones that sends out medicines and see how the citizens like using drones. We have youngsters that even measure how quality of the stream in the village is and use laboratories for this. Also democratical users that we use youngsters, landscapes architects, that use our 3D model to do recreational areas together with the village. We have augmented reality for doctors in the rural areas, so we connect high-tech doctors to the village. We have lampposts that are used for smart, measuring traffic and make it more safe. Also a fab lab where we 3D print in clay. We also have this 3D model of the village where we connect and measure traffic and health and everything you can think about. So we can walk in this in a 3D model and see if gates are open and stuff like that. And we can see if AI can connect in and see if health and water consumption, for instance, are we more healthy using more water and stuff like that. And as ending, we see the change that digitization reduces distance and strengthens rural areas. Villages no longer need to become cities to blossom. And that is very important for us to highlight the smart villages. Thank you so much.
Hi, Jan. Thank you very much. Jan from Bever of Sweden. So thank you, Jan. Now we are getting ready to pass the floor to Dr. Peter Plant from Torup, Denmark. How are you doing, Peter? Tell us, how is everything there? So far, so good? Peter, can you hear us?
Yeah, getting there.
Okay, okay. So everything okay, Peter, there?
Yep.
Okay. Excellent, Peter.
Thanks very much. I just wanted to put our little place on the map. We're certainly not close to 8,000 people. We're 356. And I'm the chairman of the local council, which is the local democracy, but I'm also a local action group chairman. And I'll talk a little bit about that, and the importance of actually having this kind of EU funding and support. The importance of the local action group in our context has actually helped us to engage in projects like the Village Doctor, which is a decentralization movement, co-working spaces, which I'll talk more about, a shop, a restaurant, a bakery, alternative transport using electrical bicycles more solidly than we have done elsewhere, common meeting house, a goat cheese dairy, and also some others. And we do work with one of the challenges which many local people have, and certainly rural areas, which is to convert old buildings into co-working spaces. But we have a diversity of startups, and it's interesting to see that we have both international companies with us, local, small and medium enterprises, but also a continuation school on entrepreneurship, which has, in a village of 356, 120 students, a local school, which also has the same focus with 170 students. And behind a lot of this is the local fund, Torpfonden. Our future plans are in a village enlargement, but also in working spaces, co-working spaces. And we have, in fact, in terms of policies, a formal agreement on its way with cooperation with the municipality. That's an important part as well. But what I really wanted to talk about is one particular project which encapsulates what we've been trying to do. Behind this restoration of an old railway building is certainly some funding from the EU, from the local action group. But what we've mentioned there are private funds as well, and crowdfunding, and another great Danish fund called Ray of Dania. What we managed to squeeze into these 200 square meters is a secondhand books, a co-working space for two different international companies. One is Norwegian in automation software. The other way is American in certification. They have their Danish headquarters in this particular little station. We have a farmer's market every second week. We have a common garden. We have alternative transport and a repair cafe. All this squeezed into one building, one site. And it tells the story of local initiative. And it certainly also tells the story of some kind of funding from elsewhere, in particular from the EU funding. But it's interesting to see how local efforts can actually get small and medium enterprises on a startup basis to actually thrive and unfold their potential here. Thanks very much.
So, Peter, thank you very much. Just on time. Incredible. What a pitches. Now we pass the floor to Mr. Stefan Niedermoser from Kitzbühel, Tyrol, Austria. Another incredible place. So, you know, I don't know what is the audience thinking, but I want to visit you all.
This is good to hear, Emilio. Hello from Austria. Hello from Kitzbühel, from the startup village in the Tyrolean Alps. What are our challenges here in our area? We have less space because we have a lot of mountains, attractive area, high life quality, what means we have a very high price of land, and it's very hard to start business if there is no available land. We are known for tourism, but we are not very well known for businesses or startup communities. So it's hard to start when there is no business environment. We have a lack of workers. So we are really in the need to have some foreigners that all of our economic system is working. And we are losing young people because university and technical schools are 1 hour away, what is not good. Some key facts of Kitzbühel: it's a village with 8,300 inhabitants, and there are quite many employees are working there, quite many workplaces, so quite good in economic numbers. But the challenges can be faced if you start to act. And we started, for example, with an innovation hub and a network around innovation, also where local banks are included. We have co-working and co-workation places. We have an innovation lab for 14 to 18 years old. Everybody can go there and can try some 3D printers or some other stuff or some computers. We have a change maker program for future entrepreneurs, what means 1 week per year we are having this program with youngsters from our region. In summer, when there is no school, we have an event called Coding for Kids, so that they are learning how to program a new game or whatever. We have an annual design thinking process for trainees in the field of sustainability. And of course, we have a big annual business angel summit where startups can meet investors because at the beginning, money is important. So these are our actions, and many of these actions are supported by LEADER and CLLD. Of course, we are aware of many other things, but I think LEADER is really one of the best tools because it enables regions for self-organization. It funds innovative projects. Local needs are faced with local resources. So LEADER is, I think, very good for that. Our last project is our own startup center for around 25 startups. We will build this with containers because, as I told you at the beginning, we have less space and very high price of land. That is why we use containers as a pop-up concept. And there we will have some additional startups in there beginning in February 2022. So I hope to see you sometime in Kitzbühel, whether as tourist or as investor or as decision maker or whoever, you are welcome to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Stefan. Thank you very much for this great presentation, also tackling like your colleagues really relevant topics about, you know, how to keep talent close to us, how to generate possibilities, how to attract investors and fundraising, right? So incredible. And now we pass the floor to Miss Eliana Zek, our queen today, right? So thank you, Miss Eliana Zek, for being with us from the Adriatic Croatia region. So, you know, from the sea and islands. So we are also seeing diversity, you know, inner small startup villages from inner areas in the continent, but also from the mountains. And now we go to the sea, to the coast. So please, Eliana, we pass you the floor.
Thank you. So I come from Cres, it's an island, but you have to know that it's the biggest island in Croatia, but it's also the rarest inhabited island on the Adriatic and the Mediterranean Sea. So our local economy and entrepreneurship is based mostly on tourism, commerce, fishery, agriculture, and 98% of the businesses are small businesses. So we have a few particularities regarding also infrastructure. The whole island is under Nature 2000 protection, so it's a bit difficult to start a business here. And half of the island doesn't have municipal water supply. So nevertheless, the biggest Croatian solar farm is being built right on Cres. And that is because we have an innovative approach to development. We have two local action groups, one for fishery, one for the rural development. And we have an island development agency that covers both Cres and Mali Lošinj Island. We have an innovative approach to sustainability. We have an energy cooperative for solar electricity. We're all about climate change mitigation and adaptation measures, sustainable tourism, development strategies for agriculture, and we use CLLD development strategies with a bottom-up approach. And we are also part of the Project Islander to accelerate the decarbonization of the island energy system. So we're all about sustainability. We have an innovative approach to business, and Cres has the entrepreneurship-friendly environment certificate, the business-friendly certification from 2018, so 3 years now. We have 3 business work zones, co-working space. We have a lot of local innovations regarding waste and fish farming. All digital nomads are very welcome because of our climate, and the municipality offers a reduction of the contribution for new businesses. And we also are 2 of the towns in Croatia that offer payment with cryptocurrency. Our role in development is mostly based on the community-led local development. We try to motivate the local community to think outside the box. We try to offer them an exchange of good practice, mentoring, and a free co-working desk in our office. We do that through awareness raising and education, and everything we do mostly is to activate the community to take a participatory role and to develop partnership. Remember, there are under 3,000 people living on this island, the biggest island and the less inhabited. So we have people, but not that much. This is our co-working space. We share it with the Island Development Agency. It's free for NGOs and small businesses, and we like to call it the Idea Incubator Desk. But we also have obstacles, so you have to know that the Euro Startup Nation Standard of Excellence has been signed by Croatia later. So that shows you that the national regulations don't really acknowledge a startup. And our community is mostly relying on tourism, so we lack of a local workforce, and we have only 5G functionality for the internet. We don't have fiber connectivity. Nevertheless, the innovative businesses' interests grow because of our CLLD participation system. We have a medical cannabis plantation, sheep wool and old fishing nets upcycling. We have shell and sea sponge farming developing, and we have a cheese factory in a hometown of non-bearing milk sheep. So you really have to think outside the box here. We have a lot of startup development possibilities, but we are also just starting up to build the startups by the project hub, educating people, with the rent desk options, and with indirect access to finance through EU funding and private capital. That is it. So we're just beginning to start up. Thank you.
Eliana, thank you very much for your presentation, right? So now we move to the next speaker, to the next startup village and innovator. So we now fly to Greece, to Soumerka. So Mr. Sotiris Soukarelis, please, the floor is yours. Okay, another 3 minutes, please. Keep fixed to the time. Thank you. Sotiris, remember to unmute. Remove the unmute, Sotiris, please, first, so we want to listen to you. So,
do you hear me?
Now we hear you, Sotiris, yes.
Yes, it's stuck.
Okay.
Can you see the presentation?
Let me check. Let me check. So far we cannot see it.
Oh.
Maybe we can move. Sotiris, we can move to Lian. Lian, are you ready? And then we get back to you. So we have some time to set up your presentation, right, Sotiris? Are you?
I will try it once again. Can you see now?
Yes, you are the man.
Yes.
Innovator will always survive.
Okay.
Let's go for it.
I had a video for you, but I decided to change it to just a presentation, so I catch up with the others. Welcome to the northwest inland of Greece, to the cultural center of Kaleci village. Kaleci is a village at the start of Jumerka mountain series at 650 meters altitude, and it's 365 inhabitants are mainly occupied in agriculture. Jumakers took their name from the lands because of the Jumerka mountain series. So the first composer of the word is Jumerka, is the mountain series, and from the people, the makers of small agricultural solutions that consist the community of Jumakers. So Jumakers are both of them. Jumakers is an open lab for communities to cooperatively design and manufacture tools for small-scale agriculture production. But Jumakers are also a community of makers formed under the guidance of Peer-to-Peer Lab, a researchers collective who are investigating the fields of commons and commons-based peer production. So we speak about the commons. There is no commons without a community and without commoning. We speak about common resources, which are the knowledge and the sharing of knowledge and common rules that a community runs around it. So in the case of technology, and especially agricultural technology, we take advantage of the digital commons with local manufacturing. We design global. We like the design global, manufacture local motto. And we are trying to promote the open source agriculture and to promote also the technological sovereignty of local societies. this is our place. You can see here equipment of wood and metal processing machines, automation technologies, microcontrollers, and 3D printers. They are appropriate for manufacturing simple or complicated solutions. Besides the manufacturing tools and solutions, the participants in Zoommakers, they can develop knowledge and capacities, or even create collaborations between creators, businessmen, and specialized professionals. Here you can see many of some of our projects, and you can see the community and the space, and also the process that we follow. We collectively design tools as a community, and then we prepare them, we manufacture them.
Thank you, Sotiris.
Thank you for your attention, and I hope you join us in Zoomerica.
Thank you very much, Sotiris. Thank you to all of you. And now we pass to the last speaker, to the last innovator, Mr. Liam Cronin from Keywordling, Ireland. Liam, are you ready? Unmute, please. And you have 3 minutes. Okay. 3 minutes time.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, great.
Okay. And you can see my slide deck okay?
Yes, perfect.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Liam Cronin, and I'm joining you from the Republic of Ireland, from Killorgan in County Kerry today. So let me start by giving you a little bit of an update on Killorgan in County Kerry. So we're a small town in the south of Ireland. You'll see on the map of Ireland there that we're in the, down in the Munster region. The population of the town is about 2,000, a little over 2,000 people in the last census, probably grown now maybe to about 3,000 in the recent times. In terms of the economy, a couple of major companies in Killorgan one is Fexco, which is a major financial services company. It's a well-known brand across 40 different countries, was set up here in 1981 and is still headquartered in the town. And then we have a couple of pharmaceutical firms as well, Timberler and Astellas. Tourism would be very strong in Kerry and in Killorgan. We're on the Wild Atlantic Way and the Ring of Kerry tourist route, which you may or may not have visited. And we have a very strong Reeks district because we sit underneath the tallest mountain in Ireland, the McGillicuddy Reeks. And the fun fact about Killorgan is we run an annual event here called Puck Fair, which is a festival to celebrate the crowning and parading of a wild goat or whatever like that. So that's just a little bit about Killorgan in Ireland. And on the right-hand side there, you'll see some pictures of the town and the famous statue on the way into Killorgan of the puck goat. So I'm here today to talk about the RDI Hub, Research Development and Innovation Hub, which is based in Killorgan. And this is just an outside picture of the building. It's a co-location space with Fexco's Research Development and Innovation on the right-hand side, and then the RDI Hub's Research and Development Innovation on the left-hand side. We have 20,000 square foot of the building, and the building is a 50,000 square foot building just outside Killorgan. So what is the RDI Hub? So the RDI Hub is a powerful vision for public-private partnership in the southwest of Ireland. So we're a collaboration with Fexco, who I've mentioned already, a very large fintech provider. Kerry County Council are involved from a local government perspective. We then also have Munster Technology University, the newest university in Ireland, is involved, and then we're supported by Enterprise Ireland under the Regional Enterprise Transition Fund. Okay, so our whole focus is on new paths for economic growth and accelerated job creation. So we're really trying to accelerate technology jobs here in Kerry to reduce the dependency on tourism in the region. The hub itself is a sustainable, pioneering, world-class, design-led digital innovation hub. and we're creating a living lab ecosystem around it. And our unique selling point is globally connected financial services, innovation, enterprise, and skills hotspot, because we're leveraging the Fexco connection in the hub to do some work with fintech. We want to basically be the world's best place to start and grow global technology companies. And our mission is to foster connections between entrepreneurs and innovators to accelerate business growth. So I guess when you look at the RDI Hub, as I said, our key metrics are around job creation, new products and services, new startups, and talent development. And we adopt a kind of a 5-spoke approach, or 5 pillars.
Liam, 10 more seconds, please. 10 more seconds. Your time is over. Thank you.
So I just wanted to quickly show you then some of our highlights this year around our mixed membership model. We've rolled out some very innovative programs to startups. We run a monthly founder circle. We have an AI summer school each year. And then we've been developing some really innovative programs for students and for apprenticeship programs. Okay, so that's a little bit about us. There's some photographs.
Thank you, Liam. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. What a great pitches. What a great pitches from incredible innovators and diverse startup villages. I hope to have a chance to visit all of your startup villages soon and work all together, generating synergies and jobs without leaving anyone behind. And now it's time to pass to the second part of the session, where Mr. Gabriel Risola will discuss the previous pitches and present some reflections from the following roundtable as third part of the session. So let me introduce Mr. Gabriel Risola, Senior Policy Officer from the Joint Research Center from the European Commission, with great experience in entrepreneurship, digital economy, innovation ecosystems. So thank you, all of you. And Gabriel, how are you doing? It is a pleasure to have you here today on board. So as soon as you are ready, I pass you the floor.
Do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Clear and clean.
Okay. I will try to change the camera. Okay, that's better. So thank you very much. Well, I represent the Joint Research Center here today. This is the Science and Knowledge Management in-house organization in the Commission. I would like to make a step back and think about the rural startup innovation ecosystem, which is the title of the session, as as a transition between the pitches towards the next roundtable. And I would like to deconstruct a bit the title of the session, no? Because innovation is usually, understood in different senses, but a central aspect of it is that it has to create a new value. And this value creation, which is a defining characteristic of innovation, happens in a certain context, the context where the innovation is applied to. So in the context of rural areas and small villages, innovation is something that has to create local value. This is the local character of innovation. And when it comes to innovation ecosystems, by ecosystem, we usually refer to a constellation of all types of factors or stakeholders who are, regularly collaborating to develop innovation, not just occasionally, but regularly. And this typically refers to, the civil society, the businesses, the research and innovation centers, and also the local government authorities. What we call quadruple helix collaboration, or also triple helix collaboration when the civil society is not involved. If we talk about rural innovation ecosystems, we are adding a territorial context, a place-based dimension to the innovation ecosystem. And here we can refer either to the local innovation ecosystem built around one or other village, or also to the cross-border ecosystem of innovative villages sharing experiences, knowledge, projects, methodologies, or even resources to develop collaborative innovation. Finally, if we talk about startups, this gives a focus on a certain type of factors that are expected to develop innovation and bring it to the market quicker than more traditional businesses. And the innovation ecosystem is expected to nurture their creation and help them maturing as a business and scale it up by facilitating contacts, access to funding, training, etc. In return, startups are expected to contribute to local development, either by creating local jobs or by offering innovative solutions to local challenges, or both. So if I can just quickly show a slide, this one. Can you see it? Can you see my screen? Okay, so this is a model we came out with after running a series of place-based innovation ecosystem studies, where we tried to conceptualize, let's say, the main aspects that can contribute to a successful innovation ecosystem.
Gabriel, and, maybe you can amplify the image.
Yes, let's see. Okay, it's better now. Or not? I don't hear you, Emilio.
There is also a kind of window. Can you move the window that you have?
No, this is probably, I will stop sharing it just to not to create a confusion. Okay. Just, I would highlight in the minute that I still have that the main, let's say, elements we identify as key for developing innovation ecosystems, and that I find present in all the initiatives that were presented before, are what we call an integrated leadership. So let's say organizations or groups of organizations which are developing the ecosystem thinking on the common good, let's say beyond their private interests. Also a balance of top-down and bottom-up dynamics among the different actors, so that innovation comes from the bottom, but it's also, let's say, channeled through proper planning and policy support. Also, the openness towards external stakeholders and new initiatives and global developments. I think many of the initiatives that were presented have this good connection with the external environment. And also the development of a risk-taking or entrepreneurial culture which in some rural areas can be easier than others because of traditions sometimes, and talent attraction and retention, which sometimes can be facilitated by the offer of a better quality of life that the rural environment can bring. So as I said before, I think in different ways, all the initiatives presented before have these elements that potentially can contribute to create a more cohesive rural innovation ecosystem to support the startups. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Gabriel, thank you very much for your clear vision and for being today with us. Now, as you know, we have a really interesting session, so we need to carry on with the third part of the session with a roundtable with great speakers in order to know about their views in relation to the rural startup innovation ecosystem. So let me briefly introduce to them while they are joining us. So the first speaker is Ms. Sabrina Lucatelli, Vice Chair of the OECD, working partly on rural development. Then we will pass the floor later on to Mr. Armando Pires, President of the European Association of Institutions in Higher Education. Also, we have Ms. Kristina Sermus-Knight, Director, Agri-Food Lithuania Digital Innovation Hub. So welcome everybody while you are entering the session, and you get comfortable at your chairs and places. Also, then we will pass the floor to Anne McHugh, Chief Executive, Donegal Education and Training Board from Ireland. And finally, we will be passing the floor to Mr. Fabrizio Porrino, co-leader of the Secretariat of European Unicorn Group. So, hi everybody, and welcome to this session. Thank you for being with us. So let's start right straight, because we want to listen, we want to learn from you. So let's start in the same order. So Sabrina, hello, how are you doing? Where are you these days? Sabrina, can you hear us? Yes, okay.
Can you hear me?
Perfect, Sabrina.
Okay, I do have a very bad echo, so I'm very sorry for that, because I hear very badly.
Okay, no problem. We hope all these problems will push a better quality, of signal in the near future. So as there is a lot of people listening to us. So let's hope for it. So Sabrina, you have, as Vice Chair of the OECD Working Party on Rural Development, you have extensive work. You have extensively work on opportunities for rural areas, both in the Italian context and with your role at the OECD. So what lessons can we learn? What can you tell us today? What are the elements of success for mobilizing innovation in rural areas?
Okay,
what
we know now, we are developing now a big study on the innovations in rural areas within OECD, and we already know that we are missing about 30%. We have 30% less what we could have in terms of innovators and innovation in rural areas. So this is putting a strong pressure on what could be the opportunity of growth. For sure, the innovation has different characteristics in rural areas. We are now trying to understand which is the best way to measure innovations in rural areas. We know that it's not just product innovations, it's a lot concerning, all the process innovations and the way in which the different operators do work together in those areas. The characteristics of this very important phenomenon is quite different depending if the areas are remote or if they are close to cities or medium level cities. So rural areas has many different, as you know, characteristics depending on how isolated they are. In terms of the framework conditions for innovations to happen, we know that we should do and we should work much more on human capital. The schooling and the education and the training activities are crucial. We know from a big survey that we did, for example, in my country recently, we made a big survey on the young people living in remote rural areas, and we know that 65% about of them, they want to stay in rural areas, but we also know that even if the big majority of them, they do work, it's just a small percentage that is really opening startups or kind of innovations activity. We know that we have we are missing an important opportunity, because we also know that these people want to stay in those areas. They don't want to leave, and the main reasons because of they want to stay is for better life, better conditions of life. They do like communities in those areas. They like the nature, but they are the reasons to stay, to implement their business and to innovate. It's still, it's still a small percentage compared to what we think it could be. So there is still a lot to do. The loneliness, it's the bad feeling of young people in those areas. They feel alone. We need to help them in in building networks. We need to build networks in between young innovators, but also in between areas and different actors existing in the areas. So we know that sometimes those are small community, and we have to help these small communities to open with the very important, research centers, universities that in many European countries, this is the case in my country, you have universities and technical schools, research centers, very spread out in the country, but we need to network better. One other important phenomenon is the capacity to design and to develop and to implement projects. This is a capacity that is not yet properly spread out. We are missing many opportunities within the university. We need to learn young people how to design and develop a project, but we are also it's also important to train the small communities, authorities, and municipalities authorities that we have. Those especially remote rural areas, but in general rural areas are very often in Europe characterized by small municipalities, and we need to improve much more, the technical capacities and the capacity building of local actors. The policies need to be more place-based, more tailored, but not just cohesion policies and rural development policy, but we need to work more and better on ordinary policies. So we need a framework that allows to improve services in those areas. Young people are asking for services. If we want innovation to take place, we need also to put on the table the right conditions of living in terms of school, hospitals, and territorial health services.
Sabrina, thank you very much. Give me 1 second. Yeah, thank you very much. Clear and right to the point. Thank you, Sabrina. Now we pass the floor to Mr. Armando Pires. Armando, how are you doing? So far, so good?
I'm okay, thank you. And you?
Give me 1 second. I forgot to ask you, Sabrina, where are you? Where are you now? Where are you based now?
Today I am in Rome, but you know that I travel all the time around the country. Okay. So today I am in Rome. Thank you.
Okay, in Rome. Now we pass the floor to Armando Pires. Armando, where are you today?
I'm at home in Portugal.
In Lisbon,
so,
maybe?
Near Lisbon, in the south of Lisbon.
Okay, so let's also travel with you guys, so we know where you are. Okay, so Armando, as president of the European Association of Institutions in Higher Education, you play a relevant role, prominent role. You represent universities and higher education institutions. So what is the role of the education, that can education play in stimulating innovation in rural areas? How can higher education feed startups in those territories? Please, Armando.
Okay, thank you, Emilio. Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you, Emilio, for the invitation, because, it is a great honor for a Russian and for myself also to have this opportunity to participate in this very important and significant event. Just a phrase about EURASHE. EURASHE is the European Association of Institutions in Higher Education and represents more than 600 higher education institutions. Most of them are universities of applied sciences. Well, addressing your questions on your first one, I would say that higher education can and should have a central role in stimulating innovation and entrepreneurship in all territories. We know that today we are talking about rural areas, though this can vary from, I should call it, sparsely populated territories, far away from the urban agglomerations, to semi-rural areas in the hinterland of cities. What is important to say and to underline is that regions are diverse, and so there is no one size fits all for the role of higher education institutions. When you talk about rural areas, in most cases, we are talking about the less developed regions in the European Union, having their own specificity and problems. We are talking about regions and ecosystems where most of the higher education institutions are UASs, so Universities of Applied Sciences, or what we call PHE providers. PHE means professional higher education. We are talking about regions where higher education institutions play a crucial role, not only for the qualification of the population, with many of the students coming from unfavorable social backgrounds, but particularly connecting to the regional SMEs, co-creating and introducing innovation, helping to build entrepreneurial and innovation ecosystems. I would say that PHE is in a better condition to play this important role. And this is because of its DNA, more practical oriented and more flexible regarding the needs of the regions. Having highly skilled staff, promoting applied research with multidisciplinary projects, and developing training and educational programs with increasing importance that we have nowadays of the lifelong learning, that we can also associate with the micro-credentials, but always in a closer relationship with the stakeholders of the regions. Higher education institutions can help companies to, I should call it, absorb knowledge, whether through skilled graduates or targeted courses or programs for individuals or companies in particular areas of innovation. Higher education institutions can also disseminate knowledge, whether it is developed within their own institution and the region or elsewhere in another region or country. Rural startups in innovative domains are likely to be part of a global value chains where then they supply one part of a product of a service or service, sorry. Understanding their specific niche and how they fit into these supply chains can be a valuable service that higher education institutions provide to local startups. Finally, the most systemic role of all is the one of contributing to a regional innovation strategy. In Europe, these strategies now follow the smart specialization approach, for which the JRC has done a lot to advance. A central feature of smart specialization is the entrepreneurial process of discovery, whereby local entrepreneurs discover areas of innovation most likely to succeed in their region. Higher education institutions should be closely involved in this process, as well as support the managers of regional strategies in monitoring them. But for playing this most important role in stimulating innovation in those ecosystems, supporting local entrepreneurs, and I'm not focused on making or talking about making money for the higher education institutions itself. Most of the higher education institutions need to be supported with special programs and funding. Currently, there are not enough incentives for higher education institutions to adopt this role, and this is an issue we are closely working on in Eurasia. We are using the RIA framework developed in the GRC as part of our UAS IMAP project is our, I should call it, most important project that we have nowadays. It will help us to assess the regional impact of UASs, so the Universities of Applied Sciences, and how it can be supported through public funding. I should say that with the right support, we are sure that higher education institutions, and particularly professional higher education institutions, can play their role and be, in most cases, the engine of innovation in the rural areas, always working closely and together with the companies and our organizations and addressing the societal challenges, keeping also in mind the so-called twin transition, green and digital, that we do agree that can be seen as an opportunity for these territories. PHE institutions have conditions to contribute actively for the development of the regions with innovation and in a multi-dimensional approach. Irashi, being the main representative organization of PHE and the UASs in Europe, has also an important role to play, supporting the members, promoting activities and events, addressing thematics and policies, always with concerns about cohesion, inclusion, diversity, and innovation in all actions. In this case, we would like to help the Startup Village initiative to better understand the role of higher education institutions in rural context and how it can be strengthened. And that's it for now. That's all. Emilio, thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Armando. Thank you very much for your presenting your vision connecting with a startup village and higher education. Thank you very much. We will get back to all of you later on, so for conclusions and so on. So now let's pass the floor to Ms. Christina Sermus-Knight, Director of Agri-Food Lithuania Digital Innovation Hub. Christina, how are you doing these days? So far, so good?
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm doing very well. Saying hello to everyone from Lithuania, Vilnius, and well, we don't have any sun right now, so we're staying in the rainy weather.
Okay, Christina, thank you for the intro. So let me talk with you a bit. The digital transformation can bring innovation potential closer to rural areas. Innovation is the way to go, right? So from your experience as a director of a digital innovation hub, what are the opportunities that we can grasp, right? And the obstacle that we need to tackle. So please, Christina, let's go ahead.
Thank you so much. Well, as I was represented, I represent Agri-Food Lithuania, which is also an 8-food hub in Lithuania and a digital innovation hub. Our organization is very active on national and EU levels in cross-sectorial and cross-border cooperation, joining the biggest networks to fulfill one goal: to create a healthy and innovative agri-food system for the successful implementation of twin digital and Green Deal transition. DIG links stakeholders with international and cross-sector initiatives to provide all-round support in the research, development, and deployment of agri-food tech innovations. Of course, one of our priority tasks are to support and create startups ecosystem in agri-food sector. And as we heard today already from many very good, insightful, and important presentations, that and we as an organization see it in the practice that depopulation, youth leaving rural areas, missing women leadership results in low entrepreneurship in rural areas. So digital transformation by no means is the best tool to bring innovation closer to the regions. For instance, agri-food sector is least digitalized sector in the world and the most conservative one. And we have an older population working in it. So digitalization, it's the right tool to bring to get young people interested in such opportunity. Digitalization is based on the newest technologies, such as big data, blockchain, satellite systems and drones, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, and etc. So the technologies and innovative solutions have the potential to bring back more entrepreneurs, especially young people with startups, to the regions. I would like to underline the most important steps which could help it happen. First of all, we need to ensure that support for investments and funding, for example, through such organizations as digital innovation hubs or similar, we can have special funding programs for youth startups for rural areas, or empowering women to take entrepreneurship road. So policymakers' input is very important here also, in order to help to create such programs for upcoming period. Second is to create infrastructure. That's incubators, accelerators in rural areas, provide office space and space for experimentation and pilot manufacturing to ensure good internet connectivity. In many areas, as speakers mentioned before, different rural areas have different characteristics. So not in whole Europe, still we have good connectivity. Next, we need to provide skills and training or help gain new competences. When we talk about startups, we not always talk about only young people. So there is a need even for reskilling and upskilling also. And we need to bring that education to the rural areas. Organize, for example, boot camps, trainerships, hackathons, and many other events. Next, we need to provide test before invest opportunities for startups. That's a concept validation, prototyping, small series production in rural areas. Also, we need to ensure the possibility to test startup products in real conditions. That means in the farms, rural area businesses, and etc. To support in establishing test beds for startups in rural areas, technical support on scale up, testing and validation. We already see many of those services being provided mostly in the cities, so we need to transfer that for the rural areas. And as it was mentioned by Sabrina, that young people need to be connected into networks also, and mentioned by Armando, that education institutions need to be involved. So there is a huge need to create startup ecosystem with shared value in the rural areas. So all community members could be integrated together with the pursuit to bring more innovations and digitalization to their areas. Everyone could be included. Local businesses, farmers, research institutions, local public authorities, and finally society. And such organizations, for example, as digital innovation hubs, could be an orchestrator for such an ecosystems. So that is my introduction.
Thank you very much, Christina, for giving us also your vision and ambition. Thank you. Now we pass the floor to the next speaker, Ms. Anne McHugh, Chief Executive, Donegal Education and Training Board, Ireland. So Anne, how are you doing? So far so good?
I am very good, Emilio, and it's lovely to be here and to join the other speakers. And I suppose the first thing I will say, Emilio, is I'm really struck by the similarities between what the comments we're making about our rural areas. It's really interesting that we are so similar. Our area, I'm coming to you from Donegal in Northwest Ireland, and I suppose 93% of our land border is with the north, with the 6 counties in the north. So you can probably tell that Brexit is very much in our radar there because of the fact that we have such a large border. We also have 13 islands in our county which are inhabited. So that's another, I suppose, extra dimension. A large Gaeltacht, Irish-speaking population, and just over 70% of our population would describe themselves as being rural. So, I often think we're a really classic, typical rural area. So our organization, we're the state provider of education and training. So
and give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, right? To give context to everybody, right?
Yes.
So, I mean, you are going already, so you are doing my job. So this is great, but just let me also give context to the audience, right? And as we said, Anne, you are a chief executive of Donegal Education and Training Board in Ireland. So, also this roundtable is really great because we are talking about diversity, different places all over Europe. So getting a clear and diverse view, because it is really relevant. You are talking about coast, border, Lithuania has their own features, Portugal, Europe, and so on. So all of you. So now you manage a regional education and training board, and you have to do with people and their jobs, which is really relevant. And I think we all are also looking at growth and generating possibilities and jobs. So how can we adapt your approach to innovation in function of locally available skills, right? Education skills. And how could training systems serve the skills upgrade in rural areas? And we pass you the floor, please.
Thank you, Emilio, and my apologies. I was taking too.
No.
I was taking too long there. Yeah, we do have a pretty rural population, poor public transport. So the idea of hubs and digital hubs and remote working hubs are really key for us. And I think it's been a really positive of COVID that we're beginning to establish them. We have many hubs throughout the county. Now, as I said, we're the state provider of further education and training. We also run schools and a number of other things. But I suppose our involvement with companies is on our enterprise engagement. We have an enterprise engagement team that works with companies. And for me, the key is engaging with the companies. I think we really have to ask them what they want. And we're doing that all the time. We ask them what they want. We have a lot of national programs that we get, but we're able then to tailor them to suit our own regions and our own individual situations here. So we work with the employers to figure out what they want and what we can offer them. And I suppose what we offer as an education and training board is short, focused and agile reactions to what they want. We have a contracted training service, which means we can turn around and we can get short courses up and running very quickly. And that means then obviously that our employers and the people we work with are sort of constantly being upskilled. I suppose a lot of our companies are small. I think it's something like 90% of the companies in our area have 10 or less employees. So upskilling is a problem and training is a problem because it's hard to release people. So they like that idea of the short, an hour or two once a week and then come back to it next week, because they're just not able to release people for long periods of time. So we're able to do that in that agile way, I suppose. And I mean, the courses we can give are literally anything. We can, whatever they want, we will give them. A lot of what we've been doing recently is on the digital end of things, obviously, because companies wanted to pivot to work online and to do their retail online. So we were providing a lot of support in that regard. So digital was a big thing. Then on the other end, we're looking to upskill people and we're looking at new skills development. And I just wanted to give people an example of a traineeship, which is a combination of coursework and work experience. And this is a traineeship and it's taking place in a digital hub in a very rural area of our county, but it's in weaving. And we're very interested in the traditional heritage skills and craft skills in Ireland, and in particular in Donegal, and we have a big tradition of weaving. So we put together a weaving course which was accredited by the Scottish Skills Authority, and we started that weaving course and we had tremendous interest in it, and which is absolutely great because we'll be able to run it again. So we think that's a really good example. The course is taking place in an innovation hub, and then the students are able to go out to the different companies, the weaving companies. It's weaving had become, I suppose they were finding it hard to get people to join their companies, but we hope that this will and that this will help. And I think somebody earlier mentioned it's not all about younger people, and there's a terrific mix of people on this course: older people returning to work, people upskilling. I mean, we have in Ireland and probably across the world the Great Resignation, where people are deciding they're going to take on the dream of their lives now that COVID has happened, and people are changing and they're pivoting and they're moving around. And I think it's important that we're able to react to that in a good way. So I suppose the final thing I'll say on what we do is we work very closely in partnership. And I know Armando mentioned about the higher ed, and we work really close with our higher education partners here. We also work with all the various government departments, and that is really key, that we're all singing from the same hymn sheet, as it were, and that we're all doing the same thing. We have different clusters. We're obviously following local enterprise plans. We're looking into a lot of work now on tourism plus, not just tourism, and I think it's about the plus part of it. So it's, I suppose what I'm saying, it's not all about just churning out skills, but we want quality skills. It's not just about the average stuff, and we're trying to sort of do a step up, let's say. So there's the blue and green economy, and then the other big one on the plus is the creative, and I suppose our weaving course goes into that, and our food coast. So I suppose what we try to do here is capitalize on what people are good at and what are the skills that are already there, and make them even better. That's sort of our main selling point. And I suppose the other thing we do a good bit of as well, which is a really interesting area, recognition of prior learning, where we're going into companies and we're looking to see what people already have. They mightn't have the piece of paper, they may not have the qualification, but they certainly have the skills. So that's another part of what we're doing. So we have a lot of irons in the fire, you might say, but it's really interesting work. And the most interesting thing I think that I'm hearing today is that we're all really, we're all doing the same thing, probably in different ways. And I think the context is really important. The local context is key.
Thank you, Anne. Thank you very much for your talk, your vision also. Now we pass the floor to Mr. Fabrizio Porrino, co-leader of the Secretariat of the European Unicorns Group, and many other things. So Fabrizio, how are you doing? So far, so good?
Yeah. Thank you very much, Emilio.
Tell us, where are you?
I'm in Brussels. I live in Brussels, although I'm Italian, totally Italian. And today I have the honor of representing the EU Unicorns Group, which is an initiative launched by Commissioner Gabriel last March, and that gathers together 30 plus unicorns from Europe that were selected by the Commission and the European Commission on the basis of their promising technologies that can help the twin transition that was already mentioned. So it is really an honor and a pleasure, and allow me to say, well, congratulations, Emilio, in yet another great achievement in your career as an entrepreneur, with Startup Ole, and now with this initiative, which is fantastic.
Well, let's say thank you and congratulate, the Joint Research Center and the European Commission, and let's congratulate all of us. We are just a small player here, so you should congratulate Fabrizio. The other, and I guess we should congratulate all of us for being here and supporting this idea, because as we have been mentioning, the gap, is really in cities and rural areas. We don't need to go for a big gap farther than that, because all over the place we have such gap, and rural areas deserve support. So Yeah, Fabrizio, let me go direct to the question because we have just 8 more minutes. So
Yes, no
4 or
problem.
5 minutes for you and 1 more for the rest to close. Okay. So you as a great representative of the European unicorns group, that is something which sometimes could not really be or looks direct to what is rural areas. So what can we learn from the European unicorns experience, and how can this experience support startups in rural areas? Fabrizio, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Emilio. Well, to be fair to the whole group, to the EU Unicorns group, we actually have looked into the issue of, innovation divide. This is what we call it. And this is something you have been discussing today a lot about. And in the report that we handed over to the commissioner last March, we identified 4 directions. One is the innovation divide, and then 8 flagship initiative, which is the solution that we are proposing to Europe on how to tackle some issues. And one of these is called Small Valley. Small Valley is a concept that actually comes from the founders and CEO of my company, the company I usually work for, Facility Life. And the idea is that in Europe, innovation happens in special places. We call them, small valley, but you can call them tech hub, which are not necessarily big cities. Usually, these are medium, small cities with an historical university like Salamanca or Pavia or Uppsala or Leuven here next to Brussels, and I can mention many. And the secret of these places for small valley for innovation is that you have short relationships. So you have the mayor talking to the rector to the university, talking to students, PhD researcher, talking to alumni and local SME and local industries. And all together they work in order to crowding investment, in order to finance the innovation that are going to come by. And usually after innovation is born in a small valley, then it moves to cities, and we call them scale-up cities. The link with the rural areas is that thanks to the pandemic, we have an effect of smart working. In some country, we call it south working. So people move into more remote areas, which has an effect of bringing a sort of redistribution of wealth, but also intelligence. So you have people working for successful unicorn that are now working remotely in various areas. And in this way, they're basically providing a sort of a cross-fertilization effect that can be beneficial for innovation in remote and not as connected areas. Another element is that even before the pandemic, we know that innovation happens when you have a problem to solve. And usually problems, the majority of problems are for people that are far from the cities. This is reality. And so this is also a very interesting effect, because if we can, thanks to the no longer digital divide, because now everyone, even elderly people, are using more and more digital technology. If we can connect more people living in remote areas, then we can find solutions in developing these remote areas that can be applied across Europe or even globally. So this is also another effect which is very interesting. So we believe that the Unicorns Group can play as a sort of role model. We can inspire people. We have founders, I call them superheroes, because these are people that really made it. Yesterday I was reading that, for instance, Klarna is making, I don't know, many millionaires people, and potentially these many millionaires people, they believe already, or they will move to remote areas. But I can even mention Estonia, which is a case, which is basically the place where per capita you have the most of unicorn and quasi the most of investment into unicorn happening. And if you compare Estonia to some other countries, I mean, Estonia looks more to a kind of a remote, scarcely populated area compared to other places in the world. And I can mention also some other Baltic countries which have the same effect. But I will not delve into that because we already have people from there, so they can explain it better. So we think that we have to look at the problem in all these different angles, and that it is important to connect rural areas, with small valleys and with scale-up cities, in order to create a connected fabric of opportunities for innovation. An example which is quite recent is a Finnish startup, which has been acquired by a US big corporate, which has developed a service of the delivery. Only because in Finland, I mean, the usual competitors coming from other places, they would not go because Finland had a specificity. The geography of Finland makes it a very scarcely populated country in some areas, so it would not be profitable for some delivery services to go there. So this Finnish funder, they found a way to make the model profitable also for areas that are scarcely populated. And this is a great example of a case that can be similar to remote areas or rural areas all over Europe. There are opportunities, and we know there is a problem of innovation divide, and the Unicorns Group can help, sharing, the intelligence and the experience of the founders of these companies that are now tackling the green transition. And we can inspire people, we can share experiences. And in some cases, maybe some of them can even become investors, because as you know, some of them have become very wealthy individuals, and they have this sense of giving back, which is very common among some founders, and they potentially could become investors for opportunities that are happening in rural areas.
Thank you very much, Fabrizio. I was meant to have a final round, guys, but you were also in your presentation talking about critical issues and lessons learned. So let me tell you that the time is over, and there is a next roundtable coming. So it's the right time to finish. This means that we need more time to talk. So this means that let's organize another event soon where we can meet, and why not, if possible, in person, because I think it's also time to feel a bit more human. Technology is great because technology is the one ensuring that activities happens, but I think a human touch is also needed. So if you don't mind, I really apologize because there is a lot to talk still, but we need to pass to the next session and listen the other speakers. So I'm going to ask to the audience, and also from me to you guys, but also to you, even to yourself, to give us a big applause and get also energy for what is next. We should work all together, align and generating synergies, growth, possibilities for rural areas, and at the end of the day, this means employment, sustainable, becoming more digital and more green in Europe. So this applause is for all of you guys. Thank you, and bye-bye. Thank you for being with us. Let's hope to join you soon.
Bye,
Okay.
and thank you. Bye, everyone.
See you soon. Bye.
Bye-bye. Bye.
So kisses for the girls.
towns in and in Europe through the representation that the European Parliament gives to European citizens. How this struggle, this endeavor can be translated in something that is for rural places and for rural communities. I've heard in the past sessions a lot of interesting thoughts, but I would like to mention three, and maybe we can frame our session across these three elements. One, the first one is that rural areas are diverse. We cannot generalize. There is no one single rural area, one single pattern. There are rural areas that are located 20 kilometers far from big cities. My grandparents came from a village 20 kilometers far from Milan in northern Italy, but that village was a village of cows and corn when I was born, and that indicates how old I am. The second point is that innovation, rural innovation, must be for rural people and places. I mean, we cannot detach the impulse that we get to boost innovation and try to not leave anyone and any place behind. We cannot detach this from what are the real needs, values, ambitions, dreams of rural communities. And second, third, which is pretty much linked to this second one, is that innovation needs to add value, and not only add value to business, not add value to countries, but also add value to locals, to the ones who live and work in rural areas. So we have now four distinguished representatives, two mayors and two members of the European Parliament, which is a nice setting, because we can play around at the micro level and the macro level, how the European political representation see this endeavor. Unfortunately, our friend Mika Ripi, governor of Finnish Lapland, had to withdraw from this session because he felt sick yesterday afternoon, and hope he gets well soon. It's not so serious. But indeed, for example, Finnish Lapland is one of the configuration of rural areas, which is far north, and in a huge territory with very little small population, low population density. But let's move to the speakers. So we have two mayors. One is Tanya Hristova. She's mayor of Gabrovo, a town of 60,000 inhabitants right in the middle of Bulgaria. Then Sabrina Ciancone. Sabrina is mayor of a very tiny village in the mountains in central Italy, Fontecchio, very nice one, but indeed quite remote, even if the village is just 120 or 30 kilometers far from Rome. And then we have two distinguished members of the European Parliament. One is Franz Bogovic from Slovenia. I guess that the attendees know very well Franz. He's co-chair of the Intergroup on Rural, Mountainous and Remote Areas and Smart Villages. And he's, I would say, I think the political father of the smart villages, if I may. So he knows very well what you're talking about here. And then Eva Kaili from Greece. Eva is a member of the European Parliament Committee for Industry, Research, Telecoms and Energy. And she's also chairing the Science and Technology Option Assessment Mechanism in the Parliament, meaning the think tank of the Parliament. So pretty much linked to the issue of science for policy, which were discussed earlier on today. Let's move to Tanya first. So Tanya, you are mayor of a town of 60,000, which has invested a lot on innovation. What are the lessons that we can draw from the Gabrovo experience, and what are the struggles, the difficulties also that you have found throughout your journey?
Thank you very much, first of all, for the opportunity to participate in today's initiative, which is committed on a very important topic, especially for my region, because as you've mentioned, I'm a mayor of a municipality in Bulgaria, located in the geographical center at the foot of the mountain, but along with the regional city that I have the privilege to be a mayor of, I have under my responsibility also 133 small-sized, very beautiful villages sprinkled around a very challenging terrain with quite difficult moments, especially in the winters when we have to provide a package of services to the population of these small areas. Unfortunately, the majority of the population is quite aging, and this is why I've mentioned that the focus of today's debate and discussion is how to be innovative in order to achieve an equilibrium between the rural and the urban development. Yes, Rinaldo, you've mentioned that during the period that as a country and belonging to Bulgaria as a municipality, Gabrovo managed to prepare and successfully implement a number of very important projects that are transforming also the innovation profile of our region. We are aiming to be competitive in the field of economy. We have also very rich cultural diversity. Currently, we are implementing a number of important projects in this field, and they could also be related to invigorating and reviving the rural areas. But what is important, and I have to acknowledge, is that unfortunately, in the period when we as a country are a member of the European Union, for many areas, and this involves and includes Gabrovo, the investments were mainly focused on the urban area, which unfortunately produced some negative tendencies, which now I'm very happy that are with quite clear vision that I, as a mayor, together with all stakeholders, should take on board and reflect in our strategic development programs and initiatives. And because today we are talking about how to make our rural areas really the fabric of our society and the heartbeat of our economy, here normally and naturally comes the idea to be innovative. And what is to be innovative? Especially when we have to take into consideration our rural areas and the challenges that have to be transformed into opportunities. I will speak about my area because it is challenged by aging population, by the depopulation negative impacts of neglecting policy. Also, there is the challenge that we have to address as well to catch up with the development of basic ecological infrastructure, which is a prerequisite for the contemporary opportunities in order to combat possible divides, meaning digital and green opportunities, and also the need to organize all our activities and collaboration in a way that the quality of living and the package of services that we could provide in our otherwise beautiful villages to be of equivalent quality as in the urban areas. So these are the preconditions that we should take into consideration when develop a consistent and holistic approach in order to develop our rural programs and to engage different partners. I will just mention an initiative that is quite successfully implemented in our area, and which I think that will be very appropriate for addressing these issues. It is the tool of innovation camps, which allows the opportunity of different actors involving people from the scientific area, people with which are entrepreneurs, politicians, also citizens, to work together to devise innovative ideas which are further supported to be prototyped and tested. For example, this year we organized the 6th edition of this camp, and it was dedicated on Green Accelerator. And I plan for the next year this social innovation to be extended and to focus our villages. And another example, which is also part of our initiatives, is the idea to develop a digital innovation hub, which could be extended and together with the community centers that we have in our small villages, could be instrument via which we could insist on providing more resources for developing broadband infrastructure, which is really very important for attracting and convincing young people to organize their working habits in a nice environment with the opportunity to develop competitive business. And also something important is that we have to invest in an innovative way in skills and knowledge, both in young people and not only young people who live in cities, and those who live in villages. And we have one initiative which also proves very successful. It provides interesting collaboration between elderly people in our villages, 65 plus, together with young people from the city that have the opportunity to live together and to learn different habits. So I think these are some of the opportunities that could be further developed, and along with our wider programs to achieve resilient and sustainable regions, to finally bring positive results for the people and for the communities that we have in rural areas. And to conclude that, I also believe that rural areas across Europe are diverse, but they are also unique, and we have to use our talent, our flexibility, and our sense of cultural identity in order to elaborate the best models that could be also shared with our colleagues from other countries.
Thank you very much, Tanya. I think you have highlighted a few elements which I fully share, on which I fully agree. The issue of aging and the population first, the need for a consistent and holistic approach, so not a number of scattered action, but a strategic approach to the topic. The importance of not having a dichotomy between cities and villages. I mean, this is a continuum. This is something that should be put under a single lens, and the linkages and the, I would say, win-win approaches should be thought. And finally, what you mentioned the very last moment of your intervention, it's the cultural identity. I think it's very important, because we cannot abstract from the values of the local communities. Indeed, thank you very much. And probably when we talk about local communities, we can go really to the very micro level. And Sabrina Chancone is here with us. She's a mayor of a small village of around 300 inhabitants, right, in central Italy. And my question to her would be, okay, we are talking a lot on and discussing on science for supporting policies for rural areas, stakeholders, and so on. But how can we really and genuinely reach out to the small communities you represent? Do you have any idea, advice, example? Sabrina, please, the floor is yours.
No, I only have many questions. But first of all, I have to thank you for your kind invitation. When I am in a so qualified contest, I often wonder, what am I doing here? And my answer is, maybe we are a compendium of challenges, problems, and attention of solutions. So I will answer to your questions, but in few words, I want to describe the place where I live, where I work, and following some keywords, I will describe the actions we are trying to put in place, but not describe it as a best practice, but only as an aware practice, because we are continuously making self-analysis to shape our actions, to adapt to new needs and new trends. So I will not show you a little and strong solution. I only hope I will ask the right questions that with your help, Europe can answer. So it's a very small village, my village, because Fontecchio is a rural village located in the middle of a valley, only 30 kilometers away from the regional capital, L'Aquila, and it is definitely considered a remote location. We are 300 residents, and our average age is only 50.2 years. But the earthquake that occurred in 2009 put the village and the entire area in a bad situation. So today, the historical core village is still damaged, and people that were located to temporary houses are still living there and not in their houses. But we are a medieval village, and our cultural heritage and our landscape are our resources, we are sure, and their protection and enhancement is the course to take to guarantee our future. But because of the really small dimension of our village, we are sure that each action has to be integrated into wider programs of development. And I want to describe our short story following 4 key words that could help us. Reconciliation, sustainability, collaboration, and participation. I think our story could be told following these mainstreams. I am the mayor of this village in the last 11 years. It's a long period, but it has been useful because we could put a current action and we choose a part one of the directions we could follow, that is our cultural heritage. I think the transverse language of art has been the way to give a moral welcoming to new people in our village. I will explain. In these last 11 years, we put great attention to natural resources, of course, to innovative urban regeneration, to a meticulous restoration of our houses, to collaboration on educational programs, and in the involvement of citizens to the development of the village. It is simple and spontaneous to see tourism strategies as the solution of our social and economic crisis. But actually, the circle that could face in a deep and durable way the problems of rural areas, of course, in this case, for me, for us, is the concentration or permanence, and not only on visitors passing through. So to live, to work, to have services, the plans we are working on are addressed to these three directions. And we are preparing the good conditions to stay, to live, to work in our cozy houses, among our healthy environment. We only need those citizenship services to allow young people to comfortably live in a rural area and not in a urban area. We know we have good reasons to attract new residents for a low cost of living and high quality of life. But challenges we have experienced in these past years have been related to a widespread sense of disillusion and cynicism that most of the residents have towards new initiatives and changes. I think I don't want to follow what I wrote, because I want to focus immediately the big questions I have to share with you, because I think that there is a common background. So I don't want to repeat something that is common to everyone who is here and who is listening to us. Who is still living in these places? What reactions, what kind of relationship our historical inhabitants want to establish with new inhabitants? And new inhabitants are the ones who want to put something new in these places. And what is the legal framework to manage the relationship between public and private spheres? I think I hope it's only an Italian problem. But when we decided to collaborate with private associations or to share private properties for initiative we called Casa Bottega, that is house and shop. It's a social housing initiative in private houses. We had really big problems to manage legally the relationship between our municipality and private properties. So I'm sure what could be useful to translate our big, wide, deep reflections into actions, effectiveness, is to prepare, I call it a moral welcoming, that is to prepare our communities to be open and to be at disposal to something new, new traditions. We are in the International Board of a framework convention of the Council of Europe, that is the Faro Convention. So the importance of cultural heritage for society. And I think that is the way, that is I know that identity is a dangerous word, but to have an atlas of our identity, to be ready, to feel ready to welcome new initiatives, new inhabitants. We choose the transverse language of art because I think it's the way to integrate young people with new energies that could prepare the field for everything that could be hosted here. I think it's not a unique vocation that we have to work on because the wellness that is so spread in our milieu could be the common field to different initiatives. We have the basic services that could that are necessary to every new inhabitant or new worker. So I think these are the focus to be concentrated on, how to prepare to be autonomous from public decisions, our communities, because changes are so fast. People are changing. You know, when I met my friends and they told me, I was walking through our narrow streets and I met no one that I knew. It's a cynic observation, but I want to answer, they are dead. It's the only answer. We have new inhabitants, young people unknown to the most part of the community, because we need new energies. So I think the good translation of our big theories on rural development is to listen to make community participate to their future. If they are awareness of the dangers and of the potentials of these places, I'm sure we could be a good integration, not alternative, to urban life. I'm sure we will put rural pressure to our future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sabrina. I think you took a very delicate key there. The issue of how old and new can work together, how traditions and the heritage of the local communities can match with innovations coming from outside, or just with people, simply with people coming from outside that can actually give more life or different perspective to the places, and also to the community itself. And this also is important to understand also what kind of innovation we can bring and foster into rural areas. So we are talking about innovation, which is not only technology, it's also something else. It's method, it's art, as you said. It's really something different. It's social innovation, and can take the form probably of many little things, but whom can start up again life in rural communities. So thanks a lot, Sabrina. Now we move to a different perspective, but still very much centered into this topic of rural innovation. So we take the perspective of the European Parliament, but we take the perspective of a person who has been strongly and deeply engaged into rural matters. And indeed, Franz Bogovic, so he has worked a lot on smart villages, who have celebrated their forum a few weeks ago, indeed. And we hope that startups, the issue of rural startups that we put forward today can contribute further, inject some more effort and some more traction into the overall ambition of making villages smart villages. So Franz, please, I'm eager to listen to your considerations.
Yes, thank you, and thanks for a great possibility that I can be in panel with three excellent ladies. And as you said, now I'm in the European Parliament, but I was also mayor 13 years. So these things are very close to me. And when I work in European Parliament and speak about smart villages, I always speak on the base of experiences as mayor in the rural area. It was a city with 12,000 people living in urban, and the same amount in 180 villages all around in countryside. But now in European Parliament, when I follow this big debate about smart cities in 2015, 2016, as member of Regi Committee, I recognize it's necessary to speak more about smart villages topic and what to do that rural areas will be populated. This is the basic aim, what I always say about this. And the answer is quite clear and also easy if you want to say. It's not easy to reach always, but it's easy. You need a comparable infrastructure which allow quality of life, as my colleagues Tanya and Sabrina said. And on the other hand, you must ensure jobs for young people, middle generation, that they can work together. On the base of my experiences, it's usually easier to do that people who were born in these areas stay there. It's easier than invite other people to come because usually people like to live in their hometown, but it's necessary to ensure then this precondition. So I think, as we heard today, we are very diverse in Europe. There is no one solution, but you must find your own solutions. And both mayors explained about their solutions, which are different, and we can hear, I don't know, hundreds of different solutions. What is for me very important, and what it was also said, this is the holistic approach. We speak about not about farming, forestry, but we speak also about tourism, energy sector, social care, e-health, mobility in rural areas, and the basic thing, what is necessary to do, solve sometimes very small problems, which are the biggest problem of these people. So it means sometimes you need technological innovation, sometimes, and usually in rural areas, are very important, these social innovations. And what during the Slovenian presidency, in this second half of this year, I organized one big conference where we were together, national level, local level, and what was European level, and what was important, we invited also business sector. I think that it is crucial that business sector is also interested, and that they see opportunities in rural areas. And I can say that we work and the participation of big companies like Bosch, BAS, Vantage Towers, Huawei, and many other companies, when we speak about this, is very exciting. And I think that together we can find solution. We established this Smart Villages Forum in which we will try to put all three pillars together, politicians from local, regional, national level, NGOs, many people work on the local level, and also business sector. I can say, for example, in Slovenia, we try to solve the problem of mobility in rural areas, for example. And the base with one activities, I work with them. It was very interesting that we developed such a first digital platform through which we can connect older people, 65 plus, And together with volunteers, together with municipalities, these NGOs offer them free riding. So it means that they can go to hospital, they can go to I don't know, to shops and everywhere. And also they can work together in COVID crisis, not so easy. But for example, such innovation, which you have on one side, a small technological solution that you can use and connect these people, and then also involvement of people in rural areas. And I think that it's really very important that people feel that they are part of this society. It's easier in rural areas than in the cities. And I think that COVID crisis also showed us how important is that people are still connected and that we are still society. I think that through COVID crisis, we also recognize, first of all, the need and importance of digitalizations. It means first connectivity, then we accelerate, I don't know, e-learning, e-commerce, telework and other things. And I think that through these new opportunities, we can find new solutions for rural areas, which was not so well known 2 years ago. And we saw 65 kilometers long row of cars who want to escape from Paris in COVID crisis. So I think this is very important. What is, I think, very important, and Sabrina said this magic word for me, collaboration. It means really collaboration on the all level of policy. Usually, we know that European budget is 1% of public spends, or 2% of 1% of GDP, 2% of public spends. It means that the most of money is in local, national, regional level. So it's very important that on national level, now when we prepare this new operational programs, partnerships agreement, that these topics will be involved. And now it's time that we involve European money. And on the other side, I know as ex-mayor, we many times changed our priorities also in municipality budget when we follow these big strategies which are behind all these big words. I think that also if we see these big goals of green, digital, resilient Europe, answers which we offer through Smart Villages initiative offer on all these three important pillars. And I don't know, in my country, in Slovenia, also we work quite a lot on green energy. And we have first self-sufficient energy, self-sufficient municipality in which people have combine everything, solar panels on roof, batteries, electric cars, use of biomass, wind and other things. So I think that here are new solutions. And as I started, it's very important that from this base that we know what we speak about, and we speak about smart villages all around Europe. Now we prepare good exchanges, good practices, and prepare opportunities for people who live in rural areas. I will finish with one word which was also said, and I think it's very important, that here is no competition between cities and villages. It's very important for collaboration. If farmers need markets, and markets are usually in cities. Rural areas are the excellent places for tourism. And this exchange and this collaboration is essential. And we must understand that we are not in competition, but we also deserve the similar or equal condition for life. And as I said sometimes, and I will conclude with this, we must work hardly. And I also live in rural areas. And I can say that sometimes living in rural areas is a privilege. And I hope that it will be a privilege for many people in the future also.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Franz. I liked your conclusion. Actually, I'm living in a village which is half rural and half suburban, just 10 kilometers far from Sevilla in Spain, and as you saw before we connected to the event, I have some issues in my internet speed as well. So distance from big cities sometimes is not a good indicator for the level of framework conditions that you might have. But Franz, if I may, I would like to mention one issue that you have pointed out. That is sometimes you don't need to reinvent the wheel or to make a big effort to just try to solve everything, but probably you should focus on solving the small problems that might make things and life easier to rural communities, and they might not need a stratospheric level of innovation, but just the right level or the right sophistication of innovation that is exactly appropriate for that. So thanks a lot again. Hvala lepa. Now we move to Eva Kaili. She cannot switch her video on, but I hope she can listen and she can speak. Just to check with Eva. Ah, she's there. That's great. That's a good.
Hi.
Hi, Eva. Nice surprise.
Alessandro, I just made it. Sorry, because you had a delay, but it helped me a bit in the end.
Yeah, that is great. If you're fine, I would switch immediately to you. Eva is, as I said at the beginning, a member of the industry, research, telecom, and energy commission of the European Parliament, and she's also very much into the issue of science, so scientific support to policy. So you have a quite holistic, probably approach to this. You can put together, I would say, stimulus coming from entrepreneurs, from businesses, but also from researchers and academy. How, in your view, how this all together, this package of intelligence, can be put at the service of rural areas?
Well, thank you for the question, and thank you, Alessandro. I have to admit that JRC is doing an exceptional work and is helping a lot our mission. So it's really a privilege to be here, and also to the very difficult task that the mayors have now to implement and collaborate with JRC on this mission. After Frank, I don't think there is much to say, since he's very, very active on the topic and he is very knowledgeable on how we can proceed and how things are moving. I will just try to say that because of the pandemic, this prism changed and helped us understand how interconnected we are, and the need to be resilient comes also through connectivity. So this means rural areas, which is basically 1/3 of Europe, and 80% also of the land that we occupy in Europe. It's very important to understand that we need to be more active. So I'm very happy to see that we now have a strategy to design in the European Parliament for the next, basically, at least decade. I have the feeling that the word resilience is the key at this point. So we have a lot of funding. We need sustainable and green technologies to take place. And this is the best possible scenario for us to see and explore and invest into new projects in rural areas. Of course, as Frank also mentioned, connectivity is a great challenge for us, but we do have the support now of the funding for infrastructures and for cross-border collaboration and connectivity. So everything is there in order to support regional governors and mayors to be able to have access to this funding. I can tell you that it has been a priority for us to also support through the cohesion policy to let's say tackle all the imbalances that we see, and to make sure that we will decentralize a bit. You know, I love blockchain, and decentralization is a philosophy that I love about it. And since we understand that again, having smart villages is like a big part of it is digitalization. We have here all the tools necessary. We need to have creative ideas and support private investments with our funding in order to create new and better jobs there, to make sure that there will be access to healthcare, to create an ecosystem that can become a hub in each important rural area that we have. I can just recall that when I was working in my previous mandate on these files, they were not top of the agenda, but still we managed to create a big initiative. It was called the Smart Islands. So we connected colleagues of mine coming from countries with islands, and we managed to give a lot of funding, especially for smart ideas around the energy sustainability and innovation. Of course, you have seen the Blue Growth initiatives also, that they have strengthened even more in terms of funding and prioritization in Europe. So I believe that we have now ready the strategy, since we already have, for example, the Enterprise Europe network that's deploying sustainability advisors across EU to help SMEs incorporate that, and also these hubs would help us to support and create ecosystems that would explain how they can have access to not only to excellence, to talent, but also to funding opportunities. We have a decision for an increased support to the broadband competence offices to facilitate the rollout of broadband, because we talk about rural areas, but even some neighborhoods of London, not in the EU anymore, I know, but I think it's a good example because it's a big hub of innovation. Even in some neighborhoods of London, where connectivity is not fast or very close to London, it makes it impossible for the speed that is necessary for specific tasks. And this increased a lot the offices and even it destroyed the traffic in London. It's basically a huge mega city with the problems of a mega city, without the possibility to expand because of the connectivity issues initially. So I have the feeling that now we can develop all this strategy, and with this knowledge, we have EIT, which is supporting the startup community. We have EIC to invest for them to stay, and we have Horizon Europe and InvestEU, of course. So I believe that breakthrough technologies can happen, and it doesn't matter now where you are located. So it's also a great opportunity for rural areas to be ahead. I think also to have a better data and measurement of what's happening is important. So the proposal for a rural observatory that would provide us, would collect data with common standards also, because we have to have common standards in order to have useful data in our hands, and perhaps even to create a rural digital index, part of the DESI, of the Digital Economy and Society Index, would be very helpful to see if we are in the right direction. And since I don't want to take much of your time, I know we have a small delay. Let me just say that since we are now discussing about a rural pact, and this is going to be a common framework to engage and cooperate among different stakeholders, it's very important to follow up our discussion, to get more insights of the mayors and of cities. So I think that JRC will have to play a very important role in our understanding of how we should proceed. Also because the reason actually that I believe we have this pact on our table is because JRC and the foresight preparation has helped us to see that we need to act now in this direction. So I think we all agree on the main topics, and if there is something that you believe we need also to see in terms of impact or of prioritization for investments in rural areas, I think also with STOA we could collaborate and develop a bit more this discussion about the new missions and also about the work of JRC. So thank you so much, Alessandro. It's really an honor to be here.
Thank you very much, Eva. I'm glad that you have made it. So you are here with us, and thanks for highlighting all the I would say the range of tools that are already existing. Probably we don't need other tools. We don't need to invent more tools, but we need to apply and to find the right alchemy to actually match the power of the tools, I would say, to the needs and the aspiration of the rural communities, and that can be pretty different from one single place to another, but can bring and can promote indeed innovation in the most appropriate way for each individual local communities. And thanks also a lot for highlighting that I mean the issue sometimes issues like connectivity, which are perceived just for rural areas, are not, and also some places within big cities are I would not say rural, but are remote or disconnected, and we are working on that issue, and we'll publish a report in January linked to the cohesion report, so the triennial cohesion report that the Commission will publish. And we will focus on some new perspective of territorial inequalities. So applying a concept of loneliness to places and understanding how these places which are vulnerable or disconnected can be seen as places of opportunities. So how can a better future be shaped for those? We are almost out of time. I would just like each of the four speakers to think very quickly and briefly of a 30-second pitch on this particular topic. This is the launch event of the Startup Village Forum, but the first real edition of the forum will take place next year in coordination with the launch of the Rural Pact, so which is a big, probably the umbrella action for the implementation of the European Union's long-term vision for rural areas. If you think about one single topic that you would like the forum, which is a stakeholder forum, which is a community forum, to discuss next year, what would you think it should be? And I see Tanya smiling. So Tanya, sorry you have smiled, but I would like to give you the floor then.
It's difficult to say it in a word, but I think that's the topic that will summarize all the elements that we considered and mentioned today, and this is very happy that we have a vision, is associated with exposing the diversity and talent of our rural areas. Because I think this will imply not only technologies, not only green solutions, but also the people and the places that are actually connected and that generally present the richness of our rural areas.
Okay, thank you very much, Tanya. I have noted, I have taken note of diversity and talent, and I think it's a very good point. Sabrina, what about you?
I think rural areas are not slow areas. This is a myth that we have to erase. We have no one of us as low life here. So I think we could be active, cooperative communities. It's easy here to do things. I think we can do more than elsewhere and not less. That's all.
Very nice point, Sabrina. So let's not take myths as a reality, but let's think about reality. What is the real reality, if I may? Thanks a lot. I see that Eva is not anymore connected, if I am not wrong. So I would pass the floor to Franz for his last statement.
If you ask me for the next forum, for me it's crucial that we show good practices in which work together local level and local level and companies and solve problems. I think that we must switch from big words, big ideas to concrete solutions which people understand. And for sure we can support this with from European level and also from national level, but good practices are for me essential that we continue in this direction.
Thank you, Franz. Indeed, I think this is important, not just to discuss and think and put forward proposals and potential solutions, but also to discuss on the basis of examples, which might not be replicable in different places, but are examples of things that maybe worked in some places under some circumstances, and that also help a lot. I mean, you can learn from a lot of examples indeed. So I think that Eva is not connected, right? Yes. So I will conclude this session here. So thanks a lot to Eva, of course, to Tanya, to Sabrina, and to Franz. It has been a very, very fruitful session, inspiring and insightful. So thanks a lot again. And let's move all together to the closing session. So thanks a lot for those who have followed us so far. Bye-bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, I have the honor to welcome you to the closing session of the Startup Village Forum launched today, bringing together high-level policymakers, representatives of local, regional, and national stakeholders, scientists and innovators, addressing the long-term vision for the EU's rural areas. Through a dense and productive discussion, we have been able to gather both a high-level political impulse, as well as insights on challenges and potentials for rural startups, combined with science-based and community-based knowledge. The exchanges have also allowed to have a better understanding on the existing opportunities that may benefit the entrepreneurs. My name is Liliana Pasicinik. I work at the Joint Research Center at the European Commission, And I am pleased to introduce for this closing session of our meeting, of our discussion, 3 speakers, asking them to share their take on today's discussion, as well as provide guidance for the follow-up action. Let me introduce the first speaker, who is Mario Milushev, Director at the Directorate General for Agriculture and Rural Development at the European Commission. Mario, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Liliana. I hope that you hear me and you see me.
Perfect.
Thank you very much. It was a very interesting event. I will come from the perspective of our communication on the long-term vision for EU's rural areas, where we identified that innovation has a central role to play not in empowering people, businesses, and communities to address their challenges through smart solutions. By the way, after hearing so many times that only urban areas are the engines of innovation, I'm delighted to see today such a mobilization around the rural innovation. The high-level opening of the event has shown that there is a high political interest in the European institutions on this matter, in the Parliament, in the Commission, probably in the Council as well. This event is even more welcome because rural innovation is often underrated and under-recognized. This was said by several speakers. The testimonies of today confirmed our analysis, namely that the rural innovation potential is as important as the urban innovation potential, but that the conditions making it happen in practice are weaker. And therefore, as it was said in the communication for the long-term vision, we need to strengthen innovation ecosystems for rural areas. Many people spoke about this today. The Horizon Europe program can be very instrumental on this. So the focus today was about how rural startups-driven innovation may be a serious factor for rural revitalization. The Startup Village Forum should explore the specific needs of small businesses who are the future for EU rural economies, and to make sure that we support them with the right tools. Several speakers mentioned the numerous tools that have been put in place already in previous years. First, the European Innovation Partnership on Agriculture, or EIP Agri, created in 2012. It connects over 7,000 actors working together in 2,500 interactive innovation projects. Second, we have, of course, the European Network for Rural Development that explores innovative approaches in domains of importance to community life. Third, we developed a comprehensive EU action on smart villages that is now part of our policy framework and that touches all aspects of rural community life and economy. And fourth, the smart specialization platforms, especially the one on agri-food, which connects the regions active in supporting innovation in this domain. However, the Startup Village Forum is a new initiative and it can have an added value by identifying where the gaps are. For example, our initiatives usually focus on agriculture, food, or bioeconomy. However, we should see what are the type of businesses outside of these 3 sectors that I mentioned, which do not succeed and do not receive support. What are the conditions for them to innovate? How to measure their innovation impact on the local economy? By the way, I open a bracket here. Some stakeholders propose that the rural startups should benefit, for example, from better tax conditions, and this may help them to come more to the rural areas. It is worth further exploring the feasibility of this idea. Finally, some asked how the concept of startup village relates to the concept of smart village. My opinion is that the concept of smart villages is broader. It is about using digitalization, innovation, but also education and cooperation. The startup villages concept is more targeted one, because it specifically targets innovators and entrepreneurs as startup engines. However, the two concepts are complementary and we should work on them in synergetic manner. To conclude, I go back to the rural vision with which I started. We will soon launch the process of the Rural Pact with a large event scheduled next year. We would reflect how best build on the contribution of the Startup Village Forum, alongside, of course, with other activities of the Research and Innovation Flagship in our Rural Action Plan. Let me end by thanking the Joint Research Center for the excellent organization, the speakers for their useful insight, our political leaders from EU to local level for their interest, and of course, all you, the participants. I would like to stress that this is just the beginning, and I look forward to seeing you again in the following steps. Thank you very much for the attention. Thank you, Liliana.
Thank you very much, Mario, for these leads and for highlighting the existing opportunities, as well as presenting how they interface with this new initiative of the Startup Village Forum. Our next speaker is Anna Panagopoulou, Director at the Directorate General for Research and Innovation of the European Commission, and clearly Directorate General Research and Innovation has a huge role in implementing the priorities of our discussion today. So Anna, the floor is to you.
Thank you very much, Liliana, and thank you very much for the invitation to participate to this closing event today. I'm really pleased because I do believe that this new Startup Village Forum initiative is a great initiative, which could link very well to the other activities that we have initiated recently on what needs to be done in Europe in order to promote ingenious innovation policy and inclusive innovation policy that will enable us to develop a European innovation ecosystem from south to north and from west to east, which includes not just the urban areas, not just the big capitals, but also the periphery and the work that the potential that could be provided through the rural areas. It's true that rural and remote areas are generally less addressed when we discuss about research and innovation. So that's why I'm very happy that I see today that this event and this initiative attracted the interest of high political level, at least from our side. And I know very well our joint commissioner with JRC, Maria Gabriel, is extremely interested to promote this initiative, and when we talk about innovation, to be extremely and very much inclusive. And I do believe that the role of rural innovation and it provides an excellent framework to follow up our discussions, to see what concretely we can do, but also there are a lot of opportunities for all startups. And I believe the discussions that they kick off today, and they will continue in the context of the Startup Village Forum, will provide a very good input to all the other initiatives and activities that we are planning to develop in the context of new actions in innovation for Europe, a real European innovation area. What enlightens me the most is to see the different communities coming together, both science-based and community-based knowledge experts, together with the highest commission personnel to exchange the knowledge and experience on rural innovation, on innovative startups, on working in and non-rural aspects, but also to see all the types of innovations that they are involved in. So we have addressed today challenges and opportunities, the gaps that we need to fill in within European innovation ecosystem, and how these gaps could be strengthened in the future, and what Commission services can do to make rural innovation and rural startups equal members of the innovation community and ecosystem. Why rural innovation is so important and why we need to tackle it now. This is mostly because rural areas face several challenges if compared to the cities. I will just name some of them, which are closely related to our key policy orientations that we want to see in the new innovation policy. fragmentation of the innovation ecosystems, the talents that they need to be attracted in the rural areas and to regional hubs, lack of connections between innovation ecosystems and innovation divide, which is persistent, which keep to be the main bottlenecks for creating a real pan-European innovation ecosystem. And I think it's our responsibility to connect the different innovation ecosystems, including the rural and remote ones, so that we can build a fair, inclusive, and effective innovation ecosystem in Europe. Given these challenges, there is also a common assumption that rural areas are less innovative than urban areas. However, we have seen with a lot of interest the studies from the colleagues from the JRC, and many thanks to Mikel and his colleagues who work hard to give us relevant data on research and innovation areas, where there are many aspects which prove that these assumptions are wrong. And I will just name some of them, just as innovations in health, housing, and transport that have emerged preliminary in response to a growing demand in the primary rural sectors. And we have some great examples of rural areas that have had notable successes in transforming themselves into global centers of innovation. I would like just to make as a reference the Sophia Antipolis in France. And we hope that we'll see more of these centers growing up in Europe. And this is exactly what we expect also to see through this new initiative that has been launched. I would like here to take the opportunity to say also that from Horizon Europe program, a lot of activities and a lot of instruments have been put in place. The European Innovation Council, the European Institute for Innovation and Technology, focusing primarily on the KICs, on the knowledge and innovation communities, that they are working hand in hand to make Europe innovation powerhouse. And rural areas, they can find a place there. When it comes to the portfolio of digital research and innovation, support to entrepreneurship is one of the main priorities for which the Commission has proposed ambitious thematic concentrations. Resources for research and innovation, Horizon Europe in particular, will include strong attention to bottom-up innovation. And in this respect, it would be advised to build on the portfolio of activities already developed and expand if this is considered necessary. This is really the moment that we have to sit down, discuss with stakeholders where we stand with the innovation policy in Europe, what are the challenges, and what we can do in order to work together to promote the European leadership on innovation. And we have launched a lot of initiatives with important stakeholders across Europe. And we believe in these discussions, the rural areas and promising entrepreneurs from the rural areas could play a very important role in order to provide their input and their expectations on how this new innovation policy will address their needs and will help them to flourish in the rural areas. So that's my takeaways and messages, that this is a kickoff of an important trip that we have to do together. I'm looking forward to follow up the discussions in the context of this new initiative, which I will look with a lot of interest also now that we're developing the new communication, the new policy, but also in the future for the best of our regions in Europe.
Thank you very much, Anna. Let me stress that I particularly liked what you have said, that we need to join all our forces in order to promote the European leadership on innovation, also being guided by the priority of our president, and fulfill the aspiration for innovation that is invested in rural areas. You have also mentioned...
Anna, I cannot hear you. I don't know. I have a connection problem. I'm sorry. Don't know. You can hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear. Do the other colleagues hear me?
Liliana, I cannot hear you.
I can hear you, Liliana, very well.
I hear both of you. So
yeah, me too.
Okay.
Well,
me too.
Yeah.
Very good. So we can go ahead. And speaking about the crucial role of evidence in policymaking, I would like to invite Mikel Landebazo, director at the Joint Research Center, who has been driving forward this exchange, this excellent debate that we have been having today, to take the floor. Please, Mikel, you have the floor.
Liliana, I hope you can hear me and you can see me, because my screen went blank. But if you tell me that I'm on, I will go for it. Okay. Thank you so much, and sorry. These are the problems of online and live. I just wanted to tell you, it's been a long day. It's been very intense and I think very fruitful. And I fully agree with Anna and Mario, Let me just maybe, share with you 3 general considerations, which seem to me very critical on today's discussion. First, and before that, I would say, like Mario noted, there is a tremendous interest in this, and that there is a lot of political muscle. Not every day we have a vice president, 2 commissioners, and all these ministers and all these people participating actively for this very long day, at a very high level with very good, inputs from the ground, from the political world, coinciding from top down, from bottom up. People are saying the rural development aspect of our policies is essential. Why? Well, not only because we have, like 80% of our territory is rural, but it is our history, it is our grandpas, and we have to take care of this. So what are we drawing from today's discussion? Let me share just some general considerations that do little honor to all the good ideas that have been shown. The first one is innovation is a game changer for rural areas. Innovation, as our commissioner said, is not necessarily only coming from basic research and global hubs and these critical masses of high-level scientists that we have in some hotspots in Europe. Innovation can take different forms. We can go from social innovation to the diffusion of existing technologies, to the combination of existing technologies, to many other forms. But one thing is clear. Innovation depends on the famous word ecosystem, a system of interrelations, a system of networks of stakeholders that need to prepare the ground so that the seeds of talent that we plant can flourish through innovation. But we need to have all these pieces of this puzzle. That's why we talk about ecosystems. And this is the way to go about innovation in rural areas, by thinking in ecosystem terms. We all know that innovation, and we say it very often, cannot be dictated, and cannot be dictated from Brussels for sure. But innovation can be cultivated. And this is what we are trying to do, I think, with this forum, and most importantly, with the strategies and the Smart Villages initiative that Mario was referring to, and all the programs that Anna and colleagues are launching from here. The second general consideration, I would say, is that there is no silver bullet. There is no recipe. And this is why this is a forum, because this is the platform to exchange on good ideas. And we have listened to a number of very good ideas that can inspire. And maybe just on this, this lack of silver bullets, let me refer to 4 things maybe we should keep in mind as planners and the stakeholders concerned by this issue. The first one is we need to avoid fragmentation. Fragmentation at the national, regional, local level, at the European level. We have this kind of forest of acronyms, all these sources of funding and help. But at the end of the day, people, innovators, entrepreneurs in rural areas, in difficult conditions, need to have clarity. Where do I go? Where do I get my help? The help I need. Where do I find the pieces of the ecosystem that are lacking so I can flourish? So avoiding fragmentation in policy terms is a must. And for that, we need 2 things. We need to combine appropriately the top-down with the bottom-up. We need to listen to the ground we need to, streamline and pull together all these policy initiatives and concentrate them within a framework of a shared consensus-based strategy that looks into the future, that it is owned by the stakeholders in the ground. And for that, instead of telling or talking to, we need to talk with, and we need to go out there and talk to the people. For me, it was an eye-opener when I was in Mora de Rubielos in Teruel, 9 people per square kilometer, talking to the real people out there, struggling with this little village of 1,500 people, trying to make a living, trying to retain population, trying to fight aging. And this is something we need to do more often. And this is precisely probably what we need to be doing now as a scientist from the Joint Research Center, understanding better this context. There is not only one rural world, there are many. We need more granularity. We need to know and listen to the situations out there in order to adapt the right policies and strategies, knowing that there is no single recipe. And last but not least, the word here, startup villages, refers to the notion of talent, of entrepreneurs, and caring in particular for the youth and for women. All the studies we have, you want to retain population and have a future, you need to have a specific focus on female entrepreneurship. We need to think about this ecosystem. Everybody talked about connectivity, digital education, skills, but we need to talk about funding and co-working spaces and new opportunities after COVID-19. People are looking for safer places. People are caring more about nature and quality of life. And these digital nomads are looking for a number of conditions we need to understand better. And these people probably run businesses with zero or close to zero marginal costs that can be scalable. They probably need to live near an airport within an hour or so. They need to maybe be in the surroundings of a big city, but not necessarily there. And we need to understand all these dynamics and logic. And this is precisely what my colleagues, Carlo, Ale, and many others here, Manuel, are doing, using the hard analytical tools like Luisa, in order to understand the territory and look at this problem through the lenses of the territorial logic. And the last thing I want to say is that I think the most important thing we are doing today is to join forces. Anna, Mario, and the colleagues in Regio, all of us pulling together in the same direction within this long-term vision, taking into account what is there already, the smart villages, and all these programs of aid. We have to put all that together at the service of innovation in rural areas. Thank you, Liliana.
Thank you very much, Mikel. You have not only identified the gaps, but you have also presented a very clear way forward on what needs to be done and how all the actors can join their effort in order to achieve what we propose by this very ambitious initiative. Colleagues, as this event is inevitably drawing to its end, I would like to thank all the speakers, all the participants who have been leading the discussions, who have been brainstorming, sharing examples, sharing the experiences that they have lived, sharing also their frustrations, but linking to the perspective, to the challenge that we have set for ourselves, and also connecting with our instruments, including our financial instruments, connecting with our knowledge, and especially connecting to our resolution and courage to take this, to do this travel together. While we're concluding the discussions today, by no means we need to close or to draw to an end all the energy that has been created, during the interactions. We need to pursue connecting each other. We need to continue networking because we have a long and ambitious perspective ahead of us. And especially we need to arrive with a good level of preparedness to the next year's Startup Village Forum that will take on board everything that we have been sharing today, but also trace a very clear directionality and involve additional stakeholders around this very important development for the EU and its entire innovation plan. So thank you very much. I wish you an excellent evening. And please do continue being connected and continue strategizing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.